consciousness. If I have one thing to say to each and every one of you, it's that some of you are on a spiritual path. You're seeking. Here's today. You are thinking that you're distant from yourself, distant from your enlightenment, that you must search it out. No. What you gotta understand is the minute you say, man, I think I want to live a spiritual life. Man, I think I want to find myself. I think I want to figure this out. I don't want to be trapped by the fucking system. I want to try to the minute you say that shit, the universe has responded. Now here's the point to the universe. It takes years for the universe's knowledge to get to you. See this with the sun in the sky every day. The sun, 93 million miles away from us. We still feel the heat of that shit. 93 million miles. But guess what? The sun is always 8 minutes ahead of the earth. Get what I'm saying? 8 minutes ahead. So it means that if the sun blew up and did something from the universe, we wouldn't know that shit for 8 minutes. You still be looking at the sun. That shit been gone. You still looking at it because the light has not hit us yet. It takes about 8 minutes for the sun's light to actually hit us. So you gotta look at the universe. When you talk to the universe, talk to the universe. But the universe has a way of responding. It's not gonna hit you right there when you talking. It's gonna take time for the universe to hit you, to come to you. What you gotta do is stay consistent with your word. This is called integrity. Be consistent with your word. And eventually, the universe's light, it comes to you. Now get this, stars are even further than the sun. Like, they're like 2 years out. So remember this, when you talk to the universe, know how it works, know how it responds. Because many of us are talking to the universe, but we're using television and radio and these images to thinking, oh, I'm supposed to be in a Buddhist position in order to be enlightened. I gotta crack a Bible in order to be enlightened. I gotta go and pray and this and nope, sorry. You need the word. The universe is already responding. It's instant like that. But the light of that has to hit you in time. You are already enlightened right now. And let me show you the living proof of it. You're here right now. This is the proof. This is the proof right here. A flyer went out. Knowledge reigns. Talking right here. Gonna be spitting the raw right here. Everybody heard that shit, but only a few are here now. Listen! Your enlightenment is about the choices you make. Now, other people heard it, they saw the flyer, and I wish I could go. Man, I want to see KRS. Oh man, I want to get in there. But they didn't come. They didn't sweat it out. They didn't go. They didn't make reservations, so they didn't get a baby. They didn't park the car. They didn't get them, so they didn't get here. This is how and why you are enlightened. You cannot be standing in front of an enlightened yourself. The universe is only talking to itself. We don't exist. We're the skin and all this hand and all this shit. These are illusions. What really matters are the choices you make, the intentions you have, and the integrity you keep. Music! You know, you can't be a warrior and an astronomer.
those people that were studying stars, our ancestors, they were not the hunter-gatherers that we're taught about in school and other places. There's a whole civilization that's not us. And this invisible civilization, where we come from, is what we call Hiphopia. The people of this ancient invisible civilization, the astronomers, were the agriculturalists, were the architects. When you're an architect, an astronomer, an agriculturalist, you're not destroying, robbing, invading other people's territories. It's not part of your character. And this is the point to this teaching. Character. With character, we can see where our ancestors actually were, who they were, and what happened to them. You know, I often teach, the brain cannot see without words. And this is true, but it is true only of the colonial society. It is not true of reality itself. The brain can see more than just words, but we have been reduced to seeing our reality through words, symbols, numbers, shapes, and so on. This is why it's important when you're discussing reality that you also take a look at the culture by which you're looking at your reality through. The culture is defined by the language, and it's the language that you speak that is also defining the reality in which you're experiencing. If you speak a different language, you'll get a different reality. So let us go a little further with this. What do we mean by this? Well, most people get their education in grade school. You have a grade school education, and you learn words, terms, meanings, really how to function within society based on your education. But then you get a cultural education that is happening to you through your family, through other institutions like maybe religious institutions, and so on, friends, family, and other social interactions which become your cultural knowledge. So two different ways of approaching your existence, your history in that sense. One is the literal knowledge that you learn in school. The other is the cultural knowledge you grow up with every day. An example of this is, say, the word incredible, for instance. Most people, intellectuals to the layman on the street, were incredible. Something good happens, when something memorable happens, you say, man, that was incredible. But literally, when you look at the word incredible, incredible means not. In fact, the word incredible points to a fraudulent situation, somebody who's a fraud, a lie, something not credible. But through English study, both in Britain and in the United States, memorable and great events are called incredible, and everyone understands what that means. That's the cultural language superseding your literal knowledge, so to speak. So when you're able to step back and look to things, to break apart that colonial indoctrination that got us looking at ourselves according to their interpretations. Brandeis bookstore across the street from the British Museum, and this place is taking all of my and I would sit here and just read for days. As you can see, the rare books are all around. This is what it is. So I'm getting these copies of the dictionary. Johnson is very important to English language because the Oxford English Dictionary, which is actually the standard, quotes Johnson and Bailey. Turn me up, 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 turn me up. Can you hear me?
Peace and much love and welcome to the Temple of Hip Hop. I am Minister SIMONE, and here is our teacher, KRS-ONE. Your mic.
Yes, indeed. Peace to the God.
Peace to the God.
You know what? When you was playing that last part of Streetlight, it was choppy on my end.
Yes, it's always choppy to start off. That's why I chose a longer piece, because it'll fit. The longer we do the broadcast, we end up being right. But no, I'm following it right along. Plus, everybody, I'm sure, has already watched. Is exactly what you were saying.
I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure of that. No, it's good. It was actually a reminder. Even if you saw it, it was actually a reminder, because this is actually the lecture we're actually getting into today. Fascinating read today. It's a short read but a long lesson. And I advise everyone to get their recorders out. Before I say that, though, or try to record.
Oh, something's going on. Did your thing connect to something else? It sounds like you're connected to an earpiece.
It sounds like.
Now you're back. Sounded like something.
No. Oh, okay. Okay. Simone said that was me. That was her. Yeah. Okay. So what? We're done. Okay. That was Simone interrupted. Or setting up some other thing. Device. Okay. How I look now? Not how I look. How I sound.
You sound great.
Yeah. How I look now? How you like me now? No, because we're having some horrible weather here. Not horrible. We're having normal weather for these seasons. And that storm, it was a good thing I left that night. I mean, obviously you got home, and we sailed out. The minute we left, we drove about 3 hours through the storm, the beginning of the storm.
Yes, indeed.
And got about as far as Baltimore, bedded down, and then finished it. The rest is because we turned on the news the next day, and it was like, dudes, it was over. So anyway, just the weather again. It's another reason why I love California and Florida and all of Arizona. Big up to all of y'all out there. Shout out to Cali and all the hot regions of the world. Absolutely. So we got a lot to go over. Son One, if you have any opening remarks, now's your time to say them, because we're going to get into a very interesting ability-making lesson today. What you saying?
I just want to give a shout out to Lima, Peru, Zurich, London, Glasgow. It's very interesting that a lot of them chose to say what's up where they're from, Atlantic City, Anchorage, Alaska.
Yeah, Alaska.
Yeah, no, it's going down everywhere across the world. And I know Amsterdam's in the building. And I'm sure there are more. But this is wonderful that everybody went up and making sure that they're here no matter what time it is. It's a beautiful thing. Hip hop is truly global. And we gonna get it. This is one of the joints right here. I'll tell you. Let's go.
So let's go. You know, since you're doing shout outs, let me go ahead and shout out Staten Island. We just came from there when we was talking about escaping the storm. It was Rakim's birthday. So big up to Ra, Matt, and the Queen as well. Everyone there, Rakim's whole family. And the show got kind of savage. That got kind of wild. That last part where I went over my time, I was like, yo, should I leave? And the crowd was like, actually not even the crowd, the promoter. You know, it was one of those situations. Well, is that me? Or is that it must be a you see that little thing right here?
I do.
Is that me? What is that?
That's you.
That's me? What is that?
You got a nick or something?
No. It's gone now, right?
Kinda. Yes.
Yeah, it was some kind of fuzz.
Okay.
Probably from this jacket.
Yep. It was red.
Yeah, it's probably from this jacket. All right. No, but Rakim, shout out to him. Shout out to Ra on his birthday. Roxanne Shante as well, Mr. C. Nice and smooth. And the promoters, of course, they got wild at the end because Rakim showed up late, obviously. So we got a chance to go even further. I probably would have took it even further, but he showed up. So then we just handed the mic over, and that was the end of it.
Well, Mr. C was dying to get on towards the end of your thing. He was like, no, we got to go on. Me and Roxanne are going to go on. Let me know when this is over. Let me know. We still want to, I think he got caught up in the spirit. And,
He did. Mr. C got caught up, rightfully so, and wanted to jump in on. They were supposed to, they're supposed to go on between each act. Mm-hmm. So he just, because Rakim was late and I went on, he didn't want to lose his time, his glory in the middle of it all.
Well, Matt came up and said, no, let him go as long as he wants to, because he's like, Ra's not here.
Right.
He was like, let him go. And Mr. C was like, oh, no, wait, no, we got to go. You got to let us go. And I was like, it's almost over. I told him where it was. I was like, we could.
This is what it is.
It got savage. It got real savage.
Oh, it got real savage at the end. It was dope. A classic New York show. Big up to Staten Island. Shout out to Rakim. All right. Let's start this lesson. So, as you know, this is the Temple of Hip Hop. The Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. In fact, a great way to memorize that is to just think of MASS. Ministry, Archive, School, Society. And that MASS switches up as well, museum, archive, so on. But ministry, archive, school, society. This is the Temple of Hip Hop. We started in 1996. Our aim is to preserve hip hop, to preserve and expand the culture of hip hop. Now, today, you can hear people regularly speaking of hip hop as culture, and great. We applaud this. But when we started, this was not the case. And I mention that to say that the work continues. There's a few of us that say culture, yes, culture. But then there's another group of us that actually do the work to actually create the culture, develop the culture, protect the culture, etc. That's where you are today, the Temple of Hip Hop. Those that are on this call are either looking to teach hip hop themselves and are gaining their accreditation through this this study course. You're reading the Gospel of Hip Hop with us from cover to cover. You're reading the Gospel of Hip Hop with us, and this is your authenticity. This is your cultural authenticity. You are learning from hip hop's first teacher in hip hop's first temple. That's not a bragging thing. That's not an aggrandizement and, oh yeah, KRS. That's not what this is. This is real lineage, real heritage. I would prefer, as you might have heard, I'd prefer to be in California right now, or in Florida somewhere, or really, to be honest with you, maybe in England, out in Britain, or somewhere in Europe right now. My oldest son, Chris, he lives in England. We'd like to go out there, see him chill, do that kind of thing. But we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility. We have a duty. And this responsibility and this duty calls us to colder climates, calls us to be more stable so that we can give these kinds of speaks and lectures as well. It calls us to this. And that's what you're here to learn as well, how to rise to the truth, not just learn about it, but rise to it, respond to it. When your responsibility comes up, do you respond to it? Or do you just go, oh, yeah, I know that's what it is, but no hand moves, no foot move, no mouth opens, nothing happens. We just learn of it. That's not what the Temple of Hip Hop is about, nor is its membership about this. We are learning here today how to conduct ourselves as a culture. We start with our document called The Gospel of Hip Hop. The Gospel of Hip Hop. This book took us 14 years to write, 14 years to write, and then be published in 2009. And it took that long because although KRS-ONE is technically the author of the book, that's why I don't take authorship of this book. I say presented by KRS, because I had to talk to a lot of people and they had to talk to me. And we had to live through things. We had to live through certain things, not just right from your perspective, but right from the culture's perspective. And that's more than just one voice or two voices or three. Hundreds of voices have to be heard, and you have to get the meaning and the intent out of those voices. Out of 100 voices, what does everybody really say? Out of 1,000 voices, what is the reoccurring thing that keeps coming back out of 1,000 anonymous voices? What keeps coming back? And we documented that. We looked at it. We documented it. We asked 1,000 questions regarding hip hop, and this is what was created: the Gospel of Hip Hop. We aligned ourselves with the universe astronomically. We looked at various calendars, the ones that survived. We looked at our own astronomical connection to the universe, came up with the ages in which we come up with: the dark age, light age, golden age, platinum, etc. 9 elements to hip hop. We looked at the lifestyle and said hip hop is not just breaking, MCing, graffiti, or DJing. Hip hop is also a fashion, a language, a certain knowledge that's unique to hip hop. Hip hop is also beatboxing. Hip hop, and so on. And so we came up with 9 elements: breaking, MCing, graffiti, art, DJing, beatboxing, street fashion, street language, street knowledge, and street entrepreneurialism. That's the culture that we focus on. Those 9 elements can raise whole families, raise our children. We don't need nothing else but hip hop. And so this extreme view regarding hip hop is true, is based in truth. And so we are reading the Gospel of hip hop so that we know how to conduct ourselves. We're not trying to convince nobody of nothing. We're not trying to coerce you into something. We're not asking for your money. We're not asking for anything in that sense. There's a work to be done. And if you see what you can contribute to the work, then go ahead and do that. But we're doing the work right now. And that's what this is. This is work done right now. We're all learning. If you're on this call, congratulations, because you are taking a serious step in becoming a real citizen of hip hop's real culture. You can't say you're a citizen of the culture and then do no study. You know, so we're recording these as well, so other people who are not even part of this particular lesson right now can also get the lesson. And later on, I'm not talking about those just see it through that sees this through the week. I'm talking about through the years. You know, this is all for the future, for our children, for our posterity, for those that are to come after us. We're building a serious culture, y'all, and that's what it is. So we completed 7 overstandings of the gospel of hip hop as of last week. We are now delving into the 8th overstanding, and this is where abilities come into play. This is where we start talking about the abilities of the hip hopper. The abilities of the hip hopper. This is the temple of hip hop, or the temple for hip hop. This is the temple. So we're dealing with philosophy here. Get it clear. Get it clear. This is philosophy, the mother of religion and science. We're going back to the original way. This is not religion, although you hear me all the time say that hip hop is my religion, straight up and down. It's my spiritual path, and possibly yours as well, especially if you hold it on gospel for hip hop. This is your spiritual path. But we're not approaching hip hop from a strict religious or traditional religious point of view. Like for instance, as philosophers, we read all the religious books. We'll bring up all of them. From the Quran, Bible, Bhagavad Gita, Torah, you name it, 5 baskets of food, whatever is speaking that word, we gonna find some knowledge in it if it's pertinent to what we're talking about. Other religions don't really do that. And it's religious because it's what that is. It's a faith and a specific thing. So, la 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 la. We're philosophers. We're not stuck in that. I'm a street philosopher. I use words like nigga, bitch, fuck you. Yeah, I will say that. This is part of our real language. This is transparency. I don't just use expletives to speak expletives. You know that already. But this is how we as real people speak. Every once in a while, a shit will come out. Every once in a while, a fuck, a motherfucker. Yeah, that shit will come out. Because we're philosophers and we're talking our people's language. Religion doesn't do that. Even though I'm quite sure the Pope himself might pick up a newspaper. What the fuck is going on? But no, you can't, when he comes before the people, or the Dalai Lama, when they come before the people, they have a certain thing they got to put on. We're not limited to that. We are street philosophers. This is the temple of hip hop, not the temple of Buddhism, not the temple of Christianity. This is the temple for hip hop. And hip hoppers speak a certain way. And that's important for you to understand. We speak according to our culture. And so in this language, we identify ourselves and we unite with ourselves. And I honestly think that an honest language is an honest lesson as well. Not that these other religions are not honest. They are as honest as they can be within their religion. But if you know behind scenes, you use a certain language amongst your friends and your family, and you can't use that certain language in the public, then not only is the public not getting the real you, but you're not even being the real you in front of the public. And that has to be heard. That has to be said. Because we're talking truth here. I understand others, like, if you want CNN or someone, giving news, then you got to speak a certain way. And expletives are just not necessary there, even though they use them there in the news as well. But it's not necessary. It's not going to be the mainstay of what they're saying. It's not their culture. We're a street ministry, and we talk to street people about street issues, things that pertain to us. You cannot speak to street people in some other language. So realize what philosophy is in terms of religion. Now realize what philosophy is in terms of science, because philosophy is the mother of science as well. Experimentation, this kind of thing. In fact, religion and science are really the same thing. It's funny how there's some sort of separation between religion and science. In history, that's not the case. And in real life, that's not the case. What religion calls faith, science calls theory. Same thing. You both don't know, but you have an idea, and you're going to pursue the idea through experiments and through perception and how you perceive the results of your experiment. And so science is looking for empirical data. We got to know that this is going to work every time. We got to know that this is what it is, and in science. And then, of course, we're not going to spiritualize any of this. We're not going to add God to it. We're just going to look at a tree for what it is. A tree is a tree is a tree. Now let's look at the roots. Let's look at how to make a tree, how to do the tree. We're not going to connect the tree to things like consciousness. Oh no, we're not going there. We're not looking at infinity. We're not looking at any of that stuff. Anything dealing with the mind. We're not even dealing with the mind in science. Science don't know where the mind is. They don't know what consciousness is. They don't know what soul is. None of that's in science. Now, of course, progressive scientists are moving ahead and definitely delving in to the connection between soul and science. There's so many programs that are out there where people have already made this step. I'm just speaking traditionally, and that we have an understanding as to what we are doing and why we are doing what we are doing. Okay, that's important. This is a street ministry. It's a street ministry. So we're not here judging people either. Get that clear too. You know, we deal with people who are upstanding, law-abiding citizens. And we also deal with criminals. You can't be a ministry and rehabilitating people, and then they come to you and show you they dirt. And you go, oh no, I'm not dealing with you. Now everybody else can do that. No doubt. You're not a minister. You're not a priest. You're not trying to rehabilitate people or make people rise from their immaturity. That's not your job. So you can always write somebody off or diss them or judge them or be unforgiving or this kind of, you could always do that. That ain't your path. But for those of us that are on the spiritual path, see, this is the key right here. If you are claiming a spiritual path, especially a hip hop spiritual path, where you are responsible for your people, where you are responsible for your culture, where you rise to that responsibility. Now, nobody told you to rise to that. Nobody's forcing you to rise to that. But if you naturally, like I do, I naturally rise to this responsibility. Now, if you're going to naturally rise to the responsibility, you got to talk to your people the way they are. And you can't be judging them. You can't be judging your people, and you see the dirt. Now, of course, you can judge in your own heart, be like, yeah, that was whack. You can always say, yo, that, and even behind closed doors, you can pull somebody back and say, listen, man, you can't keep doing that. You know, this is this and this is that. Here's what's right. Here's what's wrong. Now let's try to get right. You can do that behind closed doors all the time. You can even have that discussion in your own mind. But when you are a priest, when you are looking to rehabilitate people, you got to have the strength to see people's weaknesses and then go to work, correcting or maturing them, like a doctor. You know, what if a doctor, every time the doctor saw some blood, they was like, oh no, you know, or somebody came in with bumps all over them, and the doctor was like, oh no, that's not a doctor. And so same thing with an attorney. Dude killed 5 people. Somebody gonna defend you in court. You know, it's like we know that's what it is. So, you know, but when it comes to the priesthood and when it comes to spirituality, people have a tough time with it. They have a tough time with it. And that's also why I'm bringing it forward. Describing the ministry, taking our first half hour to describe the ministry. What kind of ministry is this? What kind of teaching is this? It's a street teaching. It's a teaching that we are rehabilitating and lifting our people up. We're not judging. We're not pointing fingers. We know what's right. We know what's wrong. But at the end of the day, our people are more important than morality or what we believe is right and what we believe is wrong. No, your life is more important. You growing is more important. You being forgiven is more important than you holding on to some past stupidness. You've been outgrew it. You did it, okay, but now you outgrew it. You see it's wrong. You know you never did it again. But now people want to hold you to that. That's wrong. We don't move as a culture like that. As a culture, you make mistakes. Okay, acknowledge that mistake and let's move on. Never to be done again. We all should enjoy that. We all should, because it's family. That's what's called family. That's your culture. That's every, you know, I could criticize you, but nobody else outside the culture could criticize you. That's culture. And that's how cultures are surviving and living and thriving even to this day. It's just that hip hop, or those that say that they are hip hop or loyal to hip hop, we have to look at ourselves like this. We can't be disrespecting each other. You know, we're a competitive culture within ourselves, and most cultures are competitive in themselves. Don't get that twisted. We are competitive. But when do we draw the line and say, nah, we ain't going past this, though? We all acknowledge that we all hip-hop here. And we're not going past this. When does that happen? Because it hasn't happened yet. That's what the temple of hip-hop is really all about. Everybody's doing whatever they want to do and calling it hip-hop, and it's not. It's not. People are just, this is hip-hop. That's hip-hop. This could be hip-hop. I could say or do or be this, and it's hip-hop. And it's not. And so somebody has to come forward who was there from the beginning, who is the culture, who has to come forward with a responsibility and say, no, you can do what you do. Nobody's knocking or judging. But the truth has to stand. Breaking, MCing, graffiti writing, DJ, like, boom. Okay, this is what we're doing. Okay, this is where we at. We don't care how much money gets made. We don't care what somebody else is doing. We can care less. Breaking, MCing, graffiti writing, DJing. Now, if you want to take it further, you take the other elements, and you know the nine, and that's what it is. But be clear with what this is. Be clear with it. This is a street ministry, and it's street because it's hip hop. And believe it or not, I don't even believe it's a fact. This is the first. Well, it's the first of a lot of things. First, it's the first urban-born religion in the United States. The U.S. If you look at hip hop as religion or look at it as a spiritual path, every religion that is practiced in the United States is foreign to the United States. Everyone. Take a minute and think about that. Every religion, every major religion or every religion is foreign to the United States. It comes from somewhere else. Hip hop, if seen as a religion or seen as a spiritual path, is the only indigenous religion to the United States. And we have a gospel too. So we're not just talking, saying, yeah, we a religion. No, we wrote up a gospel that anybody who reads our gospel will confirm, yes, these are spiritual principles, straight up and down. These are spiritual principles, and they are universal. Anybody reading the gospel of hip hop, that's the conclusion you got to come to. Sure, they speak in their language, but that part about charity, peace, love, unity, forgiveness, mercy, all that, patience, that's universal. And anybody walking that path is walking the spiritual path. Universal. Don't matter what culture you're from, don't matter, no. Love is universal. You led by that, you led by the universe. So be clear. Be clear what it really is. Now, coming up past my 30-minute on there, I can go further with that. You know that. I was going to mention one other thing before I get started. Here I go again. I mentioned that religion, if you look at hip hop as a religion, it's the first American-born indigenous religion, indigenous to the United States. The first religion that the United States ever produced was hip hop. What I was going to say was that most religions come every 26,000 years, according to history, and they come at the beginning of the new millennium. It's always at the beginning of a new age. No other religion has been created at the level of hip hop like hip hop. None. There might have been some new religions that have come up in certain regions, but globally, a global spiritual movement, the only one that has birthed in the last 2,600 years, 26,000 years, and at the beginning of the new millennium, is hip hop with the gospel in tow. There's no other religion has been created at the exact times when religions are being created. Only hip hop is doing that. You got to recognize this, because others ain't going to tell you that you're divine. They'll sit there knowing it themselves. And if you don't look at yourself and say, wait a minute, these ain't just coincidences. If this history is right for you, then why it ain't right for me? Your religion started 22,000, 26,000 years ago, and then before that another one started, and then before that another. So all those are cool for y'all, for Hinduism, right? For Buddhism, right? For Judaism, right? For Christianity, all of that's cool for y'all. But when the same math comes to us, nah, we don't know now, and we don't see. Nah, sorry, street ministry. We're going to be looking straight ahead at what is traditional, what is everlasting, what is universal, what is timeless. And hip hop lines right up with all of that. Others just don't want to say it or admit it because it ain't to their advantage, or so they think. But we're here to declare our divinity, and we ain't ashamed of it because it's true. Because it's true. You can't deny the facts. This is the first American-born religion right here. Right here. And it will be sanctioned as so as the years go forward, as we prove ourselves. America will soon say, yes, we'll acknowledge this. Absolutely. But this is a global situation. Take a look at it. As someone just mentioned, the amount of people from around the world that's tuned into this. We're not locked into the United States. We can't be. The gospel wasn't written like that. We toured everywhere, all over the world, asked all kinds of people questions. Okay? This is a global situation, which is what it should be. Which is what it should be. A global understanding on what is right and what is wrong. A global understanding that I am supposed to love you, not hate you. Hate is wrong. Love is good. Charity is good. Theft is wrong. Life is good. Murder is wrong. We can't live like that. That's hard, right? That's too hard to deal with. That's advanced knowledge, right? Well, for 90% of the people in the world, it is. They need holy books, religions, churches, temples, mosques, all kinds. What, to be told to love one another? What's the problem? The problem is consciousness. And that's why philosophy is the correct way now to deal with our people. Religion is not it. Religion's beautiful, it's poetic now. Religion is becoming like mythology. The same effect mythology used to have on people, religion took that and had that effect. Now religion's losing the effect. Religion itself is losing the effect on the people. Science as well can't get its act together because science has no soul, or at least it wants to run from the soul. So science having no soul, you can't even deal. Like, look at the society we're dealing with now. Everybody wants to run towards science and make science the new religion. But without God, people are committing suicide straight up. Without God, people are running around robbing, crime rates skyrocketing, gun violence, this, that, and the other. No God. And what black folks say, they need Jesus. Straight up. You need Jesus. But no, we don't want Jesus. So we want science. We want a cell phone. We want technology. That's what we want to be our God. And those that live like that find themselves alone in their older years because they haven't learned how to communicate with another human being. There's no soul, no empathy, no sympathy, no unity of consciousness, none of that. You science, right? Just science. Prove it to me or I don't believe it. If my five senses don't detect it, we talked about this last week. If the five senses don't detect it, it ain't real, right? See, that's science. And science to its extreme, I should say. But that's how people are acting. I can even say that's science in society. Coronavirus comes up. Let's go with the science. Now, one person said, let's go with God. Because that's a joke now, right? That's silly now, to rely on your spiritual abilities to cure you from disease. That's now, we don't believe in that no more. Millions of people dead. That's it. That's it. They always say, oh man, wear a mask and do this and so. Nobody says, wear a mask, wash your hands, and upgrade your faith. Faith ain't even part of this. But everyone knows that the immune system is directly connected to faith. They know this, and that's science. That's science, okay? Your faith, what you believe, your confidence, they call it the will to live. That cures all disease. All, or assists in it. Without the will to live, without a confidence in your ability, without a strong immune system, that's what we're dealing with today. But everybody just wants science and no God. And then the people of God don't want to check science. Science says get immunized, get vaccinated, so on. Now I'm going to rely on God only. Okay, this is all childish. It's all childish. And so this is why our ministry exists, because we refuse to have hip hop without some kind of guidance. Some kind of guidance. And we always are correcting ourselves. You know that. We are always correcting ourselves. But when you know something and you keep your mouth shut, you're a coward. I'm no coward. Not at all. No, nothing. Okay? No, I know what I'm talking about. And I'm sharing it with my people so that they can grow and develop straight up, starting here with the gospel of hip hop. This is our intent. No other intent. No other intent. Our intent is for you to grow and develop, because that's what preserves the culture. We are not just doing hip hop, we are hip hop. Now let's turn to the lesson of the day. The lesson of the day starts with the 8th overstanding. I need to open that door. I'll get over there eventually. 8th overstanding, the endarkment. Now, I mentioned that this is a short read, but a long lesson. And yeah, just grab that door real quick. Yeah, I was gonna turn on the AC, but it's 30 degrees. I guess yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. It's all right. Okay. Oh, son one was still.
Well, we can address this real quick. People are asking, or a new gentleman is asking where he could get the gospel. It has been made clear to him that he can't get a gospel, or they're not being printed right now. And then he also had a question about your store not being open on the your website. Which I would imagine is just because this is not the season that things are being sold off of the website. But again, the chat is getting unruly, and I'm trying to keep the chat open for you guys. Certain comments, there is a place and a time for questions. As a matter of fact, I think from now on, if you stay till the very end, I will stay on for an extra 10 minutes at the end to answer any questions that anyone may have. But again,
are there questions that I can answer right now, or to take 2 of them, take 3 now?
Well, it was just that. No, it was just that. But it's with you giving the live lesson that you're giving, and something new that they can't necessarily just read in the gospel as we're delivering it. Be paying attention and taking in what you're saying. You can't. There's no way that you could possibly keep sending text messages after over and over again and be paying attention to what was just said. Now, of course, you can go back and listen later, but there are people that are trying to pay attention, and that chat can be disruptive to them paying attention. And of course, they can hide it as well, see it at all, but they shouldn't have to. These are classes, keep in mind. So as a teacher is giving a lesson, you wouldn't necessarily, or you should take this in as if it's a class. You wouldn't be raising your hand or saying certain stuff that wasn't pertinent to the subject matter that is being discussed. And if you really want to take in the information and internalize it so that you can learn to be able to come from your own being, express the same thing that the teacher is trying to explain to you and give you the correct way to say these things of how pop is and what it is now and what it is to the world and what it is as a religion and what the future is giving you the forecast of how it is to be very shortly and letting you know that essentially you just stay the course, literally the course, this class, and everything is going to work out exactly the way it's supposed to. But again, you can't get that if people are going back and forth. And I don't want to block anybody, or we've gone through blocking people. I'm trying to do that. The real quick answer for me, while seeing as this is live, is just to shut the chat down. But again, we're trying to mature to the point where that's not necessary. Just everybody relax, take in the lesson, pay attention. If you don't have a gospel, we're about to read the gospel, and the gospel coming from the author's mouth. So take this in. Make this is your holy time to relax and take this in. This is a special, very very special time, and I think that's enough. But there it is.
There it is. There it is. And just to clarify the store, obviously I dealt with this a couple of weeks ago about supply chain issues. You know, we have we're one of the enterprises that have been caught up in supply chain issues. We can't get our supplies. And you notice that most of the stuff that we present at the store, BDP.1, is handmade stuff. Sometimes I sit down, I do artwork, which is a legacy, also part of a legacy building thing, because to have an authentic KRS-One original piece of art in the future, that's going to be worth a lot. But for right now, hey, $50, $100, $75. I send you my original art. But if I don't have time to sit down and actually do the art, that also affects our supply chain issues. We make our shirts as well. My daughter, Time, she makes the shirts straight up by hand. We haven't had the opportunity to do that. We're touring, we're moving around, meaning, and so on. These last lessons, you've seen us in hotel rooms, and so on. So in addition to supply chain issues, meaning the publisher, Powerhouse Books in Brooklyn, can't manufacture the gospel of hip hop, or at least that was what it was about 2 months ago, really at the beginning of COVID. But I checked in again 2 months ago, they still was in the same situation, which made me prompt up. Someone and I had this conversation, Simone as well. We had this conversation about we have to hurry up and redo the gospel of hip hop for ourselves in paperback. We keep threatening to do it in paperback, but you got to sit down and do it, and transfer the book from hardcover to paperback. Now, once it's in paperback, then we can get it mass produced here in the United States. And I would like to have the book produced in the United States. I didn't have that option in 2009. It's a book publisher. That's where they did their business. But, you know, to be also politically correct during these times, our book should be printed right here in the U.S., right here. And other books, gospels that are to be printed in other countries should be printed in that country, to create value and worth and wealth for that country, for the hip hoppers in that country, so on. But we're dealing here with the United States. So I just want to say that real quick. We need a paperback version of the Gospel of Hip Hop, and I got to sit down and just make that happen. Go over the errors, so on, and make a better version of the gospel in paperback. Makes it cheaper too, by the way. The hardcover is $25 to $50 for the hardcover. The paperback is what, $12 doesn't cost us much to make it. You could really get that off, and so on, for a cheaper price as well, around. So we got to do all of that. As you can see, this is the work that needs to be done, as well as the online books. Gospel of Hip Hop needs to be online. It is through Powerhouse Books, but you got to go through all types of codes and stuff to get to. It's not easy to get to. It needs to be on Amazon. I think somebody mentioned that it was on Amazon, but again, it's not easy accessible. You should be able to go even to my website or to the templeofhiphop.org and be able to get that. Just look on the website and there's the gospel. If you don't have one, there it is right there for you. Or at least our lesson is up on the screen for that day. You can get it that way. These are all the things that we have to do. These are the things that we have to do, and it's part of the work. For the future. So there it is. And big up to everybody who has their gospel, who already got the Gospel of Hip Hop. And that's what I want to start with. I want to start with what I'm calling GPS, guidance, protection, and strength. This is what I've been living for a long, long time. And I call it the GPS. And it's funny, before GPS came out, I was calling it GPS because it wasn't GPS. It was guidance, protection, and strength. I used to pray for that. I still do, but it's now part of my everyday. But when I was in the streets, homeless in the streets around 84, 85, really 83 to 85, right around there, I used to pray. It was the only thing I had was prayer and my invisible friend called God. And I would say, God, guide me, protect me, and give me strength. Guidance, protection, strength. And the guidance, I didn't even know that I was calling upon the Madhi, the right guided one. But I was just saying, guidance. I just need, you don't know where you're going. You don't know what's going to happen from day to day. You don't know what you're going to eat from day. Nothing. So you need that divine guidance. You need to be at the right place at the right time. And a lot of people, they don't pay attention to this. They don't pay attention to, for them, it's silly, it's stupid, it's make-believe, it's crazy. But I'm here to tell you, I am living proof that this is no joke. This is no way around, no make-believe and none of that. This is real. And when you apply your being to this, it becomes even more real. It's magnificent what you could do with this level of knowledge, with this level of awareness. So we're talking about endarkenment today. We're talking about endarkenment. Now, this GPS, okay, we're going to talk about endarkenment. We're talking about light. Now, come on, you're going to have to pay. So it's funny, when you would break this up and talk about paying attention, because this, you have to pay attention to this. This is about abilities. Now, on that GPS note, go back, if you have your gospel, go back to page 225. I want to point something out to you about GPS and how it works, how spiritual GPS works. Go back to page 225. Okay, you should be looking at the 10th principle of the H law, which has to do with the health, within the health section of the H law. Page 225, we're looking at paragraph 96. Okay. This is about the GPS. This character guides, protects, and strengthens the attuned hip hop. And look at this. Okay. Now, the 10th principle was written some 20 years ago, long before COVID. Now, you don't know. This is how the spiritual life works. This is how the GPS works. You don't know what you're being protected from. You don't know what you're being guided to. You don't know what you're being strengthened for. But eventually, when it happens, you then say, aha, I was guided to this very moment, protected from all. You then see all the cranes, the slings and arrows that were supposed to come for you. You now see it. But now you've arrived at the place. You have strength. The arrows bounced off of you. Okay? This is the spiritual life right here. And it's a sensitive thing because you don't see it. It's not an eye and a touch and a hearing and a smell and a taste. It's not that. You have to see with this other eye. You got to see with your being. And this seeing is here in the 10th principle. Coronavirus. We're talking about coronavirus now. This was written 20 years before the coronavirus hit. This was around 99-ish. And really, the ACRONOLOGIST was even written before that. But I remember this principle around 99. I was teaching this around 99. A different context. But the character, look at the character. This is the guidance, the protection, and the strength. Let's read it. 10th principle. Personal hygiene also maintains good health. Hip hoppers are advised to what? Wash their hands regularly and be mindful of their cleanliness and appearance. Although exposure to certain strands of bacteria have been found to actually strengthen one's immune system, attuned hip hoppers, notice, attuned hip hoppers are advised to regularly disinfect and dust the rooms of their homes with antibacterial sprays and soaps, for these acts minimize the continuous accumulation of bacteria that can hinder one's maximum health. That's paragraph 96 and 97. Now, this character, now notice, it is knowledge. It's something that was for 99, for 1999 in that time. Yo, we should be washing our hands. You know, your immune system is important here. But this was a character. This is what we're telling our hip hoppers that we should be about. Spiritually, we should be about our hygiene. We should wash our hands regularly. Just as a regular, this is before Corona. Okay, this is long before that, just as a regular character. Let us be the ones who are washing our hands regularly, making sure we clean people. Now, if this was your character for 20 years, you have some defense over this unexpected, out of the blue, boom, this thing now hitting everybody. But notice the character that protects you from unexpected disease, virus, bacteria. This is an unexpected thing that happened to countries all over the world. But if this was your character, you were guided, protected, and strengthened, not because of just the knowledge, but because of the character. When you act this out, real threats to your life gets thwarted and avoided and immuned. Okay? This character guides, this is just one of my notes, I'm gonna say, this character guides, protects, and strengthens the attuned hip hopper. This was written over 20 years before the coronavirus. What else in this book or in our spiritual life is preventing us from harm and strengthening our existence in the future? What else? If we can prove right here that the 10th principle was prophetic, okay, the 10th principle of the gospel of hip hop was a prophecy. We didn't know that then. We just saying spiritually. These are the spiritual principles of our culture. We asked around, we spoke to doctors, we read, we looked at what was the cutting edge medical, and everybody was saying then, hygiene and bacteria has a lot to do with sickness and disease. And you know, you look at the work of people like Dr. Bruce Lipton. You remember that name, Dr. Bruce Lipton, brilliant man. He does cellular biological research, cellular research, and this kind of, we checked his work, looked at it, and they're telling you how the cells work, how things work, how your confidence in yourself strengthens your cellular makeup, strengthens you straight up and down. And so all of this was incorporated within the gospel of hip hop. And it just so happens that as a conduct that we're saying This just should be a regular part of our conduct. We should wash our hands regularly and think about the bacteria that's in our environment and in our room. That should just be a regular part of our deal. We should teach our children that as well. Now it becomes prophecy when the coronavirus actually hits. And what are the doctors saying to prevent the coronavirus? Wear a mask, wash your hands. Be conscious of your hygiene. But this was written over 20 years ago. And that's what all holy books should be about to their culture. It should be about warning you ahead of time. Once you adopt this character, you may not see how you are being helped and strengthened and protected and assisted. You may not see it, but eventually you do. You do. You always see it eventually. But while you're going through it, you may not see it. You may not see it. So this is that GPS. And this is what is going to lead us into our lesson today, which is endarkenment. Endarkenment. Now, what is endarkenment? Let's go back now to page 355. Page 355, which is the beginning of endarkenment. I got to give this to you on a certain kind of way, because this is a really complicated lesson. Look at what I just said to you. What we are looking at here are abilities of the spirit. Abilities of the spirit. We're talking philosophy here. This is religion and science, and it's not religion or science. This is philosophy, philosophy. Okay? In this, we have to know what is real from what appears to be real. We got to know the cause, not just the effect. We have to know what is actual and factual. What is actual, what is going on, as opposed to how we perceive it, or the meanings we give to what is going on. What's really going on? This is philosophy. Now, what I'm pulling out today is an ability of the spirit. This is not an ability of the five senses or even intuition. This is an ability of being. An ability of being where you are guided, you are protected, you are strengthened. And you don't know sometimes that this is even the case, but you have surrendered to a higher intelligence that got you. And it got you. And it's like your intent is how you speak to the higher intelligence now. Your intent, no words. It's, I need to eat today. And you eat. Even, I need to eat today. And you just get full without eating. You get the taste of something. Why is this taste in my mouth? And you didn't eat. You know, the mind has a way of doing that. We don't, this is old African, when people were starving, they used to eat with their mind. We don't hear about this today because we throw food. America's, the waste is crazy. We don't even discuss these conversations, but I want to slow you down and try to think about being in a group of people who are starving, literally. And the only thing you have is your mind. And so you think to yourself, something happens to you. You get so desperate that something happens that you suddenly feel full by thinking about a meal. You know, the same way you could get thirsty, you know, advertise, they put the Coca-Cola in your face and you run off to go get something to drink. That same psychology can feed you without eating. Same way you can get thirsty without being thirsty. You could feel, and the same way you could drink. You could feel fulfilled looking at water, not drinking it, just looking at it. Your body can produce a feeling of hydration. This is what you can do with your being. You can do this. You can feed yourself without eating. You can drink without drinking. The body has a way of making itself the ideas of the mind. It makes itself whatever the mind believes, whatever the mind perceives, whatever the being even perceives. The being, whatever the being is, the mind perceives and the body becomes. So slow down for a minute and realize yourself. I'm going to read 2 gospels to you today. One is longer than the other one. And I get to do this because the first, what is called track 1, 8th Overstanding and Darkenment, track 1. What is track 1 is a short read. So maybe about 10, 7 some odd pages. It's a short read. But I have to read this twice to you. Yeah, it's a short read. But I got to read it twice to you. So I'm going to read fast. But I'm going to read it twice. Why am I reading it twice? Because this book here, this one, what am I showing? Okay. You see this Gospel of Hip Hop? Okay. This is one of the original Gospels that this Gospel was made from. Okay. When I was putting the Gospel of Hip Hop together, and those that remember Minister Zenaroo, others, I can't remember everybody. They got one of these. Got one of these. When I was putting the gospel together, we used to walk around with these, and we only had them, and we would read from them, and we would teach from them. Then eventually, when I got a publishing arrangement with Powerhouse, it became the gospel that you see now. What I want to read to you is this gospel here, and then read the other one, because this one is more expansive than the other one. A lot was taken out of this one, and this is called the second instrument, but it was really all the notes from the first instrument. Crazy. But I'm going to read this to you now because this has more of an explanation, and I took a lot of this out to just get to the point, really, of this of the 8th Overstanding. So we're not reading the 8th Overstanding in Darkenment from the Gospel of Hip Hop that you have. I'm reading from a special Gospel of Hip Hop, and it's the same words. It's just expanded, and you'll see this because I'm going to read it twice. But this is important. These lessons are important. This is what this is. Okay. Consider this. Now, and also keep in mind what I just said about the GPS, guidance, protection, strength, being guided when you don't even know you're being guided. This is what endarkenment begins. This is an ability of being. Consider this. At the beginning of one's spiritual training, spiritual life is reflected more in natural circumstances and symbolic ideas. Natural things going on around you and symbolic ideas, not just this is water, but what does this mean? It means quenching my thirst. It means that whatever it is. But we live in a symbolic universe. Human intelligence is based on symbols and meanings. We're not touching reality directly. We are touching the symbols we've assigned to reality. Did you hear what I just said? We're not touching reality directly. What we are doing is using symbols to, we're not even touching reality, we're touching the symbols. For instance, God, the word God, G-O-D, is not what God is. The word water, okay, the word water, the liquid in here is called water. That's not what this is. That's W-A-T-E-R is the symbol that we've applied to this. But this is not water. So if your consciousness is locked down to only the words in which you speak, if this is the only way you see your reality, then whoever controls the words controls your mind. Freedom of mind is when you can think past words, past numbers, past symbols, past shapes, triangles, squares. Can you think past that? Can you actually begin to think about what this is? And not whether it's water or whatever. What is it? Can I talk to this? What exactly is it? And that's what philosophy is all about. What's the real of this? What's the real of it? These glasses on my face helping me to read. These are called bifocals or culturally glasses. Bifocals is not what this is. This bent glass that's helping me to see better, that process is not called glasses. It's not called bifocals. What is that? What is the whole thing going on? This is expansion of mind now, expansion of being. I am not locked down to just the words around me. I can see beyond them. I can touch reality directly, not with my hands, but with my mind. That's what touches reality directly. Your mind is a hand that can touch reality directly. Your mind is the hand of your being. You exist, and your mind can touch existence. Touch, touch. To be more specific, the natural physical world is an effect, or rather a temporary flickering, a spark caused by the activity of light energy, electromagnetic radiation. Do you hear this? Let's say it again. To be more specific, the natural physical world, this brick, clothes, the natural physical world is an effect, or rather a temporary flickering. This stuff, this thing that I'm doing, this look, this is really going, but it's happening so fast that it looks like this. I don't look like I'm going in and out of reality because it's happening so fast that I look constant. It's the same like film. Each second is a frame, but the frames are just rolling. So it looks like a movement of film. And life is the same way. Reality is the same way. Things are but happening so fast that you think it's a steady wall. You think this is a wall behind me. And it's so, because this thing's happening so fast. It's called electromagnetic radiation. Look these words up too, because these are scientific terms. Electromagnetism. Einstein did experiments on this. The idea of electricity and magnetism. They're two different forces, weak forces, or just forces, I should say. You look this up and get the correct terms: strong force, weak force. Electromagnetic radiation is called light. Okay? The natural physical world is an effect, or rather a temporary flickering, a spark caused by the activity of light energy. Light. Electromagnetic radiation. This is what things are. At this level of understanding, all is light energy. Light, 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 light. All of this is light. At this level of understanding, all is light energy. It is only our perception and interpretation of light energy that actually presents the material world to us. This is all light we looking at. But what would happen if the lights in your world suddenly went off? What could you achieve in the dark? To endarken means to obscure, to make dark, to dim the sight. Here, endarkenment is not only to go dark yourself, meaning not be seen by the world. Look at the first meaning of endarkenment, to not be seen by the world. So here, endarkenment is not only to go dark yourself, meaning to not be seen by the world. Endarkenment is also the ability to see without the intellect. It is a stage in one's spiritual development where knowledge and intellectual awareness is no longer needed for one to perceive and function. Endarkenment is all about feeling. Your feel is your field. Get it? Your feelings is your field. Your FEEL is your FIELD. Your FEEL is your FIELD. Your feel is your field. It is a stage in one's spiritual development where knowledge and intellectual awareness is no longer needed for one to perceive and function. Endarkenment is all about feeling. Your feel is your field. Your emotions is your environment. If you want to know how you really feel, take a look at the room you're in. On a material level of consciousness, on the material level of consciousness, all is light. Look what I just said. On the material level of consciousness, all this, okay? Brick, everything, book even, everything. On the material level of consciousness, what we could perceive as matter, all is light. This is light. All of this is light. And this takes years to understand because we're taught a whole different thing. We're just taught a totally different thing. And some people are not even taught. They just say, this is a brick wall. What are you talking about? I can't go through it. I can't touch it. I can't do anything. And look what they just said. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. So you don't. So you don't. It's not about walking through walls. It's about understanding that the wall, it's not about walking through walls. It's about understanding that the wall is walking through you. That none of these things are one. You and the wall are one. At the deepest level of all matter, all light is one thing. And it's manifested in nature like this. It's manifested in nature. Your DNA. DNA is one thing. One little protein switch, and you're not human no more. You a rat. One switch of that, you a monkey. One switch, you a giraffe. One switch, you're bacteria. You're not even a functioning thing. One switch of the DNA, one shape of the DNA, and that's the difference between being a tree or being a human being. But it's all the same thing. We don't think about this. We shut ourselves off. Our being is imprisoned in our bodies. They make our body a prison and then imprison the being in it by not teaching it about itself, about its existence. That's what that fifth dimension lecture is. When you speak unto yourself, when you can speak without the mouth, hear without the ears, and see without the eyes. You can see your future. You can see the past. What sight is that? You can speak inside yourself without moving your mouth, and you hear yourself speaking. Who is that person? We shirk that off. We don't pay no attention. We just shirk it off. We say, like we do the cell phone, the most magnificent thing in technology in our hand. We wasting it. We do the same with our soul. The most advanced technology in the universe. We only use it to cry and laugh. How you feel? Sad. How you feel? Happy. What? You can do so much more than sad and happy, afraid and courageous, angry and calm. Look how they got our mind. Look at the direction of your mind. On a material level of consciousness, all is light. And on an even deeper level, on an even deeper spiritual level of awareness, all is eternal mind. That's deeper. That's in darkness. We're going to get to that in a minute. Let's stay on the surface. All that you are seeing is light. At the essence of all material things are vibrations of electromagnetic waves, here called light, electromagnetic waves. What we call the material world is simply our interpretation of electromagnetic waves, light. We are interpreting light. So I interpret this light as a hat. I interpret this light as glasses. I interpret this as a wall. And this is what is happening to me. My interpretations of light is then what is happening to me. What we call the material world is simply our interpretation of electromagnetic waves called light. Everything that we see or sense on a material level is really our interpretations of light based upon our individual levels of consciousness, your education, your family upbringing, what you perceive and believe about things. This is all interpreting the light that's all around you. Everything we see or sense on a material level is really our interpretations of light based upon our individual levels of consciousness. And you can perceive and then use light as anything that you wish according to your level of conscious awareness. Consciousness is one form of light energy and matter is another. Did you hear what I just said? Consciousness is one form of light. Matter is another form of light, but they're the same thing. The thing being perceived is the same as the perceiver. You got to hear me. I told you it's going to be complicated because you got to free your mind from the percepts and concepts that they've already fed you for the last however many years. Okay, this is real reality, and people are living this every day, but they can't speak it because they just can't. It's not anybody's against them. Your cell phone works like this. Quantum mechanics works like this. The theories of relativity and general relativity, all of this is right. This is what it is, but they keep it in science and say, oh, this is science, and you got to know all this other stuff, math and all this stuff. So you be like, damn, man, I'm not, the big words they using and all of this, they took your culture from you by renaming it different things and so on. No, we're here to break this down for you right now, okay, right now. Your consciousness is a form of light energy. And everything you see around you that you think is solid and material is made by that same light energy. Your consciousness makes things solid or not. Your consciousness makes, your awareness is making things what they are. When you really come to understand that, you'll start transforming your whole world. You have no problems. Why? Because you can just make anything what you perceive it to be. And that's how it will affect you. The only things that can affect you is what you perceive of yourself or the thing. I mean, think about this. If somebody's robbing you right now, got their hand in your pocket right now, robbing you, taking your money, everything, robbing you right now, it's a horrible situation. You're being intimidated, or you can grab hold of yourself right there and say, I give everything. I am giving it to you. Take it. Take it all. And the person will probably bug out if you laughing. Take it. Take it all. Take it. Take it. This is good for me. I'm going to be blessed by this. Thank you, thief. Thank you. What an insane situation that is. But this is how whole cultures and communities used to live. This is how Africans met the Romans. This is how Native Americans also met the cavalry. This is how Egypt met the Persians and the Hittites and these people. This is how you don't hear this story because this is the return of your character. It's now taught as self-help. Here's how they teach it now. It's not what happens to you it's not what's happening to you that is real. It's your interpretation of what is happening that is real. Ha 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 ha. Now you can get it on PBS or somewhere for $79, but it's your culture. It's your original way to think, where you said, wait a minute, it's not about what's happening out there that's the issue. It's what's going on in here. What's going on in here is what's interpreting what's going on out there. I'm being raped right now by a rapist, or this is what needs to happen for me to rise to my higher self. Can you think like this? Well, those who are faced with terrorism have to think like this, or they don't survive. They have to make a good a bad. I'm sorry, they have to make, right. I meant to say this. They have to make the bad good, but vice versa. What the enemy is calling good, they got to make that bad. And what the enemy is calling bad, they got to make that the good. Otherwise, you don't survive. And the key here is survival. So think about this. Think about this. Think about how you are interpreting yourself and all the material things around you. You can perceive and then use light as anything that you wish according to your level of conscious awareness. Consciousness is one form of light energy, and matter is another. Matter is a different level of consciousness. Did you hear me? This hard brick is just another level of consciousness. It is perceived by consciousness because it is consciousness. Consciousness perceives itself. The universe is perceiving itself. So if you are a spark of the universe, what you are looking at is yourself. What you are perceiving is what you want to perceive. You can look at this, and if you want to see an eyes, an ear, a nose, and a mouth, you can see it. If you want to look at this behind me and see a map of some landmass, that's a map of some landmass with what is this? With rivers going through. It's your perception. Why does this have to be a wall? Why? Why? Who told you that? Grade school education. This is a wall. And because you a kid taking it in, this is a wall. Now you grow up with it. It's cement now in your own mind. I can't do anything with this other than it being a wall. This is why spirituality should be taught to children. Adults can't deal on this level. You're already locked in. You're already locked in. You're not going to make this. You're not going to touch this with your mind. You didn't have no practice the last 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. This was a wall. Now some stupid guy come along, call himself KRS-ONE, and he going to say, nope, this ain't a wall. This is what you think it is. What? It's been a wall for 60 years. That's the point. That's the point. It's been a wall for 60 years. It's been a wall for 30 years. It's been a wall for 20 years. So you can't do nothing else with that. It's been a turntable for 50 years. So I'm never going to touch it and turn it into an instrument. Human beings experience matter based upon our levels of conscious awareness. It's our consciousness. Our experience with the material world is based on our consciousness. Did you hear this? The material world does not exist outside of what we perceive. The material world is our interpretation of various forms of light based upon the amount of conscious awareness we possess. The vibration of light is constant. However, it is our interpretation of light, the way we see things, what we feel about ourselves and our perceived environment that creates our material world. Reality seems to be a hologram where every part of it is related to every other part of it. And our physical bodies are also part of this reality hologram. Our body is part of the hologram that we're in. Our material reality is only a small part of a grand universal oscillating field. More accurately, an oscillating field. And when I say oscillating, it's in, out, in, out, in, out. Or the grandfather clock, click, click, click. That's an oscillation. Click, click. Or something going boop, 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 boop. Your heart oscillates. The beating of the heart is an oscillation. And the heart teaches us that this is how reality functions. Boom, 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 boom. This is reality. Duh, 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 duh. And when you can slow down your consciousness, that duh, duh, becomes duh, 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 duh. And you could get duh. Stop right here. I want to change reality. Switch it and then speed up consciousness. Duh, 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 duh. Now it looks like, oh, yeah, this is what happened. This is what went down. Look at the circumstances. Right place, right time. Oh, huh? Or are you manipulating reality? This is what meditation is about, slowing down the mind to the pace of reality, manipulating it, then coming back into consciousness in it as the hologram. You are the hologram affecting the hologram. You are the vibration affecting the vibration. You are the light affecting the light. Really know this. Because this is reality. They're just keeping it away from the regular dude who don't know, who's only interested in whatever he's interested in. And they just say, yeah, he don't need this. They don't need this. We need this. And we're going to go to Mars with it. And we're going to make cell phones with it. And we're going to make televisions with it because there is no space. We realize now there's no space. That's how this can be created. Because the truth is that there is no space. Our interpretation of distance and time is what we're locked into. But they're showing you with computers every day that what you think is real is not. So what are you doing? The computer contradicts everything you know to be real. Your cell phone, the fact that you can talk to another person on the phone that ain't, this person is with you on this device. Like as if they're standing next to you on this device, then what is space? What you think space is not what it is. The cell phone is telling you that space is something different than you perceive. But you still gonna say, nah, man, fuck that, it's space. All right, let me call up my boy and tell this dude, yo, Chris is bugging, dude. He said there is no space. You're talking to Alaska. You're in Atlanta talking to Amsterdam, and we still think space is what it is? Okay. This is why I'm talking. This is why this lesson is going down the way it is, because you got to free your mind. There's no culture without freedom of mind. There's no culture. We could talk all day, but what you're doing is just regurgitating the prison. You're just regurgitating the colonial prison. That's what it is. No. Can you think past their words? Can you interpret reality for yourself? I know this is called glasses, but what else is it? Because glasses ain't what this is. Hat ain't what this is. What else is it? It is a thinking cap. That's what I perceive it as, a thinking cap. I teach and learn with this cap. And I really believe that. I've worn it several times in these sessions and other places. This hat is imbued with knowledge, straight up and down. If you could get it off my head and put it on your head, you'll start thinking all types of thoughts. Now, whether that's true or not is based on your belief. Imagine that. Imagine that. I got a headache. I believe that when I put this hat on, headache gonna go away. I put the hat on, headache gone. All your perception. It's all your perception. We talked about the placebo. Remember, every cure, every drug that comes out got to meet the placebo test. Is your drug more effective than the human mind? I mean, imagine that. Imagine that. Dude got high cholesterol. They give him a sugar pill and tell him it's a cholesterol pill. It's going to lower your cholesterol. Give him the sugar pill. They come back a week later. His cholesterol's lowered. This is real. This is real. This bullshit they playing on TV and radio, that's not real. And that's why people are failing every day, can't get to where they're going. Dreams unfulfilled, purpose unfulfilled. Why? Because they're in fantasy, and that's where these corporations, government agencies, kings, queens, and all the like want your ass. They want you right there in an illusion that they control. That they control. And that's the point. You can always tell somebody speaking the truth when they talking about your freedom. We're not here to control you. We're here to help you get out of the situation that your mind is in. And if you feel your mind ain't in no situation, then fine, turn this off quick. But if you know, wait a minute, I know there's justice in this world. I know there's people thinking in this world. I know that what I'm looking at is not the all of what it is. I feel something. If that's you, listen further. Listen further. Reality seems to be a hologram where every part of it is related to every other part of it. And our physical bodies are also part of this reality hologram. Our material reality is only a small part of a grand universal oscillating field. More accurately, an osculating field, F-E-E-L. It is a flickering, an on and off action. It is an on and off, action and rest, rise and fall, electromagnetic field. Let me read that one more time. It is a flickering, an on and off, action and rest, rise and fall, electromagnetic feeling. Let me say it again. It is reality. I'm talking about the hologram of reality. It is a flickering, an on and off, action and rest, rise and fall, electromagnetic feeling. Like a film made of separate frames, blinking reality into and out of existence. Average people only seem to perceive their reality when there is motion. Likewise, average people only see that part of the universe that is shining. They only see light. That's all we see is light. Or rather, they only see an estimated 5% of the universe, the part that is shining or in motion. This is what we are seeing. I'm talking about straight reality, the hologram of reality itself. All we are seeing is 5% of the known universe. 5%. Did you hear what I just? 5% of the known universe is all we are perceiving. Everything that we call reality, everything that our eyes sense, everything, all of this is estimated to be only 5% of the entire reality in which we're in. The other 95%, let's read on. Okay. The average person only sees, or rather, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Let me read this right here. I see. I'm speaking and reading. Average people only see that part of the universe that is shining. That's what we call light, electromagnetic energy. Everything you see, paper, book, jacket, hat, your body, the wall, everything is shining. That's how we can see it. Your eyes see light. That's what it sees. It sees light. All of this is light. This is what your eyes are seeing. Your eye is seeing light, and it's interpreting light. The whole universe, the whole universe, though, is not light. Only 5% of the universe is light. Only 5% is estimated. They only see light. These average people only see light. They only see light, or rather, they only see an estimated 5% of the universe. That part of the universe that is shining or in motion. That's what we see. Motion and light. The rest, perceived inactivity. Motion, right. The rest, not the rest of the, like I mentioned, action and rest. Okay, I'm using rest as like relaxation. The rest, which is perceived inactivity, the inner is active and inactive. So the perceived inactivity of the universe is said to consist of 25% dark matter, which are theoretical particles of matter that cannot yet be seen or experienced directly, and 70% dark energy, which are waves of energy that produce matter. It is theorized to be the unseen energy smoothly spread out across and behind the entire universe. Let me read this to you one more time. This is science. This is what scientists are resting upon right now. This is what their math and their observations are showing them. This is the science right now. The inactivity, rest, the action and rest, action and inaction. The inactivity of the universe, the part that is not active. Remember, the universe is 100% and only 5% of it is active. Or we can perceive as active. We don't know what the universe is doing, but 5% of the universe is active that we can see. The rest, the perceived inactivity of the universe, is said to consist of 25% dark matter and 70% dark energy. Here's how it's go. 25% dark matter, which are theoretical particles. Did you hear the word theoretical? Okay. Faith. Okay, this is what they believe. Okay. Which are theoretical particles of matter. 25% of the universe is made of theoretical particles of matter that cannot yet be seen or experienced directly. Okay. And 70% of the universe is dark energy, which are waves of energy that produce this matter. This dark energy is theorized to be, it's an unseen energy that's spread out smoothly, they say. They say it's smooth. Spread out smoothly behind the entire, in fact, it is the universe. But everything that we perceive is only 5% of that universe. The rest of it is incomprehensible to us. And it's 75% of the universe is incomprehensible. It's dark energy and dark matter. Dark energy creating dark matter. And we can't even touch it, see it. Now, there's theory, too. They think this is what's going on. The math points in that direction. So we're only getting 5%. To all my 5%ers out there, the whole world is a 5%. All of humanity are 5%ers, because we are only experiencing 5% of reality. According to science, 5% of reality. And what is that 5%? That 5% is light. That's what we call light. The rest of the universe is dark. And the dark is used, you know, like when you look at the universe, it's dark, or dark meaning outside of conscious awareness. And that's how scientists use it too. They use the word dark, meaning something that they can't understand. They can't, the average human awareness cannot understand it. This is outside of average human awareness. We can perceive it, we can detect it, but we can't understand it. We can't unite with it. We don't know what this is, but we know it exists. You can look up and see the universe, still don't know what it is. So at the end of the day, 5% of the universe is light and motion. 25% is dark matter, and 75% is dark energy. At this very low level of awareness, seeing and consciously affecting only 5% of the universe, a very low level of consciousness. Imagine the whole universe. We only aware of 5% of it, because we're only using eye and touch and smell and sight. 5%. Light is all we looking at. Turn on the light, that's all we see. At this very low level of awareness, seeing and consciously affecting only 5% of the universe, and then theorizing about the rest of it, scientists are confined to working only with light on a material level, because they are still only working within the reality of the mind and what it can perceive. The mind can only perceive light. That's what it's here for, to perceive light. This is why it is true on this level that anything you desire, you can have, because no thing is actually separate from your mind. All of material existence is really some aspect of your projected conscious awareness. You create the environment in which you live, and the environment further projects or creates you. You and your environment are one thing. You and the hologram are one thing. As a human being, you are an electromagnetic field, F-E-E-L, which is also oscillating on and then off, or rather awake and then asleep. At the beginning of one's spiritual awareness, it is right to act and feel like you already have whatever you desire. When you are at the beginning stages of your spiritual training, you need relief, you need rescuing, even an escape from the world. Here in the 5% visible universe, the first thing to teach, here in the 5% visible universe, the first thing to teach a proven apprentice is that whatever she desires must materialize for her. It is the condition of this material dimension. This is the condition. Whatever you intend is what's going to happen to you. Because you and the condition are the same thing. Time, T-I-M-E, is what separates you from your thinking. Time is the separation of space. Time. And when you realize there's no time really, then you're free, but your mind got to be right. Because if you have any negative, or, and I can't even say negative, if you ever thought contrary to your being, you'll destroy yourself or further create yourself. You can't have this knowledge and walk around with a jealous heart. You'll bring jealousy right to you. You can't have this knowledge and be afraid. You'll bring issues of fear to you. You can't have this knowledge and be, scheming on people. You'll bring that right to you. There's a high level of knowledge where you realize you and your environment are the same thing. So what you want to constantly say over and over again is peace, love, unity, and joy. You want health, love, awareness, wealth. You want prosperity. This is the words that should be coming out your mouth, because you and the environment are one thing. There's no you and the environment. There's no outside and then you. You and the inside and the outside are the same thing. Like breathing, like exhaling and inhaling. Like sleep and awake. You and your environment are the same thing. Two aspects of the same thing. One affects the other, and the other affects the other. Your environment affects you, and you affect your environment, which affects you, which affects the environment, which affects you, which you get the picture. And so this is important to point out. Here in the 5% visible universe, the first thing to teach, approve, and apprentice is that whatever she desires must materialize for her. Whatever the attuned hip-hopper desires, it has to materialize. And the word is desire, meaning intent. And intent goes both ways. It's not just I want, but it's also I fear. Or I'm angry. I'm resentful. These things also manifest. And that's what we're talking about when we say endarkenment. And endarkenment, courage is real. Fear is a real thing, like a bacteria. You know, they say courage is contagious. They say fear is contagious. They say faith is contagious. How can these things be contagious? Well, when you start looking at them like bacteria, like virus, and you say, man, somebody else coughing and sneezing, I could actually get on that. Somebody else talking that hate, talking that fear, talking that crazy, I could actually start talking it myself. If I'm not immune, if I'm not have something on me. You could just take it into, yeah, you know, you're right, man. These people, man. As opposed to saying, let us love our brothers and sisters and let us try to rise together. But if this is not on your mouth every day, if this is not part of your character, it's not part of your spiritual immune system. So somebody comes along and say, yo, you heard what happened to so-and-so the other day? And you like, what? See, nah, you heard what happened to so-and-so the other day? I already heard it. Yo, listen, I'm going up to the bookstore. Huh? Are you immune to gossip and scandal? Or do you fall right into it? Somebody says, yo, man, there's a bakery up the block. They close every 8 o'clock. But he leaves the register full of money. I saw it. Yo, we want to go after 8 o'clock? And we go. Are you immune to that? Are you saying, oh, man, you know, the rent is due. Man, there's some things I really want to get. How much you say was in the thing again? This is how people become. This is how theft and murder and kidnapping and jealousy and hatred and envy and all these things, sadness and depression. This is how they transfer it. It's contagious. You go to theaters to be horrified. Or you catch a good movie, a sad movie, somebody crying, watching the movie. You watching the movie. You're like, moving your emotions. What's wrong with you? The movie, he should have left. He shouldn't have left her. What? Unhook, unplug, pop off that. What? Control your emotions. Control your being. Advertiser comes on. You need this right now. You need this. Look how it looks on you. And it ain't even you. It's a model. But they say it's you. And you're like, yes, it is me. Oh, I need the jacket. I need the jewelry. I need the glasses. I need whatever you push it right now. I need it. Why? Because I told you you need it. It became contagious. You need an immunity to this. You need immunity. This is where endarkenment comes in, because endarkenment begins with the idea that 75 and 25%, 70 and 25% of the universe is dark anyway. So if we really spiritual beings, what's up with this light? What's up with all this light? And you got to look at this. Like I said, we a street ministry. So we looking at it straight for what it is. Why everything holy got to be white? I mean, come on, let's look at it now. Why everything holy got to be white and light? Why is the holiness light? Why is God coming in light? Light shining from the angel, shining from the head, shining. And we know right here in reality, most of the universe is dark. So how are we getting duped again? How are we getting duped again into the spiritual business? The $6 billion spiritual business, self-help business. Come on into the light. Come out of the dark into the light. And the light is diminishing you because it's only 5% of what reality is. Reality got 95%. Light got 5%, and this is what they're telling you to go to. This is hip-hop today, y'all, and we're going to learn for real. We're going to learn for real. This is philosophy. We're not looking at what sounds good and what somebody said last week. Let's go look and see, with the best of our abilities, what things really are. And as we take a look at reality, we begin to see that, wait a minute, first of all, if you really want to get with God or get with divine intelligence, you're going to have to come out of the light. Did I just say that? Did I just say that? The Bible says, in the beginning, okay, in the beginning, and I'm not talking about my single either, okay, the Bible says, Genesis 1, chapter 1, in the beginning, God said, let there be light. And the philosophical question of the ages is, and every philosopher asks the question, if God said, let there be light, then where was God? Because obviously God is somewhere before light. What is before light? Darkness, or the absence of light. In fact, it appears that without darkness, there is no light. You need the dark for light to even exist. God is in the dark, saying, let there be light. But God is pretty comfortable in the dark. God is infinite and in the dark, saying, let there be, let's create, let's add to reality. Let's add to the presence of God. God don't come in the light. God comes in the dark. And if you let these colonists take your mind and say, no, God is a white man who comes in white with a white light, you spending your $6 billion on that. White people included. You spending your money on that white Jesus. What? And I say that with honor and respect. We talking the real right here. This is the real right here. You can look this up after you get off this call. Go look up dark matter, dark energy. Go look it up and see what the latest talk is about what we perceive to be reality. Like I said, the cell phone is already proving to you that space is not what you think it is. And the cell phone proves to you that light is not what you think it is, because here we have these screens. And if space and time and light is not what we think it is, and you got these people who do know what space and time and light is, and they know what it is, who's controlling your reality? Who's controlling your reality for real? You can say I'm spiritual all day. Who's controlling your version of spirituality? Are you really a free mind thinking? Or are you in this light? You're in the light. I'm in the light. Right. Because they got your mind at a 5% level of its full capacity. And maybe that is the ratio of the mind. They say, you know, the mind is, what do they say? We only using 10%. There's all kind of, they say we only using 10% of the brain. We're only using 12% of the brain. Some go as far down as 7% of the brain. Some refute the whole thing and say we're using all of the brain. But most neurologists say you're only using about 10% of your brain. What's the other parts of your brain? You're not even using it. And that might be the ratio of the universe to awareness, that we're only using 5% of the brain. And the other 75% is detected by this dark matter and dark energy. That maybe this dark matter, dark energy is where we go at our time of death. That at our time of death, the light just goes off. And we see again. We see again. And we're in the dark. And it's not dark. Darkness is not the absence of light, it's the other light. It's the other reality. It seems to be 95% of reality. So if you can't see in the dark, how are you spiritual? Or what kind of spirituality are you practicing if you can't see in the dark? God is in the dark, creating light. Science is saying that 95% of the universe is dark and only 5% is light. So we have, from a religious point of view, God in the dark, and we have, from a scientific point of view, reality being in the dark and mostly dark. So then, as philosophers, what does that mean for us? It means that, first of all, the things you desire for yourself, your intentions, are already in your environment. You should really pay attention to what you really want. And like you say, man, I really could use $50,000 right now. Straight up, I could use 50 grand right now. But go deep inside and really think, do you really know? Do you really want that? Or the minute you say, I want 50 grand, I'm never going to get it, it's the answer that comes up. That's how fast it's. Remember, we're doing this. Boop, 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 boop. So the quick answer is, I want 50,000, but I'm never going to get it. So it's like, I want 50,000, but look what you're saying. Like, look at the speed of my mouth and look at the oscillation. The oscillation is, which is what your intent is, which is what your being is, which is what your heart is. Okay, I want 50,000, but I'm never going to get it. I want 50,000, but it's impossible to get it. I want 50,000, but I'm never going to get it. I want 50,000, but it's impossible to get it. I want, this is now your reality. Now your mouth start going. I want 50,000. But your reality is this. I want 50,000, but I'm never going to get it. I want 50,000, but I'm never going to get it. You got to go into meditation. Slow down that oscillation. Slow it down. And how do you slow down your oscillation? You slow it down by breathing. Slow down the heart, slow down your breathing. To slow down the heart and slow down the breathing means you have to relax. You have to relax. You have to find a reason to relax. Bring it down. Breathe heavy and low. Breathe through the abdomen. Swell up the belly and let it out. Get low. Get calm. Get real relaxed. Form an affirmation in this relaxed state. As you relax, you form the affirmation. I require 50 grand. Right now, I require 50 grand, and it's coming. All my needs are coming with speed. All my needs are coming with speed. I need $50,000. I know that's too little, but that's what I need right now. Because remember, you're talking to the universe. So when you talk to the universe, you asking for 50 grand, they laughing at you. Like, and people do not look, our ancestors looked at it this way, okay? Our ancestors used to put food out for people that ain't here, okay? They used to put food out and be like, nah, you don't understand right now. Nah, somebody's listening to me right now. But that's the truth. Do you really believe that? Do you really know that your mother is still here? That your brother, your father, your grandmother, your grandfather, and those before them are still with you, looking at you, protecting you. Those little moments you happen in your life, that guidance, protection, and strength. These are your people looking out for you. And you got to look at that. Do you really believe that? Do you really believe that? Think about that. Because that's what you're oscillating. You're oscillating, I don't really believe that. That's what you're really saying. I don't really believe that. Or is that what you're saying? Slow it down. No, I do believe that. from this day forward, I'm gonna start living my life like this. Because I mentioned I was talking some years ago. I was talking to an atheist friend of mine, and he's a philosopher. And a gentleman was talking, like, we were talking about God, the validity of God, and we were talking about, do you need God to have morality? You don't need God to be a good person. Do you need God to tell you to be good? And we was having this discussion, and I was saying, no, of course you don't need no God to tell you, this, that, and the other. But I came around to a discussion where I said, what's better? Because we came to the fact that it's all in your mind. And, this guy said, it's all in your mind. So my response was, but if it's all in your mind, wouldn't you want to conjure up in your own mind? It's all in, let's say you are psyching yourself out. This is all in your own mind. God and everything is in your own mind. So why wouldn't you, if it's all about you and it's all in your own mind, why wouldn't you create a God in your own mind that loves you, looks out for you, does miraculous things in your life that you could see physically, that after a while you see it physically, like you psych yourself out to believe that there is something other than yourself helping you, assisting you, guiding, protecting, and strengthening you. I said this, wouldn't you want to make that up? And he thought about it. He said, damn, that's really good. Because it also points to how Africans created God. God is an African concept. And people forget that. Like the mind is an African concept. The idea that you have a mind. This is wise Africans way back in the days, okay? The concept of God, just the idea that there's something more than you guiding and protecting you. That concept. It's out of Africa. Same concept, okay? Atheists had to look at it. He said, look, Africans, there ain't no goddamn God in the sky. Well, ain't nobody believe in that. But if it is all about the mind and about your being, don't be so arrogant as to place yourself as the God. The character of a divine being would create a God and submit to his own mind. You're not hearing what I'm saying to you, okay? Imagine if you're standing there before there's any God and you say, this is all my mind. I've reached enlightenment. It's all about what I intend. There is nothing other than me. I am. In that I am, the character of the true God would say, I am all that exists. I am it. It's all me. Let me create something better than me. A divine mind would create something better than itself. A mind of humility, a mind of love, care, a mind of forgiveness is not the exalted one over somebody. It's not your character. My character is I'll give up my life for you. I love you so much. My character is I realize it's all in my mind. So if it's all in my mind, let me control myself. I have to control myself, or I'm going to take this knowledge and destroy myself because it's all me. It's only me. I have no restriction. I have no limit. The ancient Africans knew this. And I can't even call them Africans, though those with this bloodline knew this. Divine beings knew this. And when they reached enlightenment, the first thing they said was, let us recognize God, because God is us and we are God. God created us and we are creating. This is why I say everybody can't handle this, but it is the truth. It don't take away the fact that this is the truth. Whether God exists or not is irrelevant. You exist. So now if you exist, if you have the mind of a divine being, you will create better than yourself. What divine being is going to create less than itself? That's not divine. That's the devil. What you create is less than you. Why? Because you want to control it. Now, a divine being is going to, like your mother and your father, divine beings, they come together and they produce you. You're the better version of both of them. Oh, you're supposed to be, according to nature. You know, the best parts of your parents is what makes you. Is what makes you. So why wouldn't it be the same for God or for the mind of the universe? Because when you reach enlightenment, you say, wait a minute, I am aware of what? I am aware of awareness. But I am not the awareness that I'm aware of. Right away, God appears right there. I am not the awareness I am aware of. I am aware of my awareness. That means I am not the awareness. What am I? Whoa, wait. Who's aware? I am not aware. I am aware that I am aware. What made me aware that I was aware? What awareness makes me aware that I'm aware? Who makes brains? Brain don't make brain. Who make brain? What in the universe makes brains? What function? How does this happen? How does brain get made? These are the questions. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Big philosophical question. What comes first, the seed or the tree? These are the questions right here that got you thinking, and then you see God. You see God, not with these eyes, with your being. You see the mind of the universe, eternal mind. You see the mind. You see mind of mind, the mind of the mind. The mind of the ultimate mind, the mind of mind. The ability of mind is God. The ability, that what causes mind is the presence of God. This is how magnificent this, we don't even have a name for it. All you can do is experience it. You can't name it. You can't, this thing is too much. You can only experience it. And that's that other 95% of the universe. You can't even deal with it. The only way you can deal with it is intention. You intend into it, and it responds with an intent. That's it. Your character shows it who you are, and it responds to your character. If you submit to it, it submits to you. It does what you do. You hate, it hates. You love, it loves. You give, it gives. You take, it takes. We all know this. Religion knows it. Science knows it. So how you living? You're not living like this. You living outside of reality. You living outside of reality, and we say we seeking truth. Here's the truth. If nobody's saying it to you, at least get it one day, one Sunday afternoon at Temple of Hip Hop, and get that truth in you right now. Most of the universe is dark. If you cannot think outside of thinking, if you cannot exist outside of the intellect, how are you spiritual? The spirit is not intellect, and the intellect is not the spirit. They're two aspects of the same thing, but their abilities are different. The ability is different. What do you put more stock into? Your material existence, which is only 5% of reality, or your spiritual existence, which is connected to that 95%? How strong do you really want to be? What guidance do you really want? What protection do you really, really seek after? This is, I'm going to conclude with this reading here. This is over now. There's more to this, but I read this this part right here. I'll revert back to it. I'll revert back to it throughout our reading. But this first part is the part that I needed you to understand first, before we can even discuss endarkenment. This is the deeper part to this whole thing. Before we can even discuss endarkenment, let's discuss the truth of the reality in which we're in. According to science, it's 5%. That's all we're seeing, is what's lit up and moving. That's it, like dogs, like slaves. This is what we see. Those who are governing the population, they see the other 95%. We call them nerds and scientists and geeks and these things. But they got the reality down pat, and they sell it back to you. You so stuck in your reality, stuck. Spaces means I got to get on a bus and go all the way across town to go get that fish. Because that's space to you, distance. Where the cell phone contradicts that every day, all day, right in front of your face. There was a major CIA experiment on remote viewing. Many of you might have seen some of this. These ain't religious people. I say that respectfully. You know, most of them probably all have a religious belief, but no, this is CIA. This is Central Intelligence. Okay, we ain't here praying. Okay, we want to know for real. Can you sit in one room and see what's going on in Russia? Can you see? Is that possible? And you know what the answer was? Yeah. Yeah. So while you sitting here with this, you know, this thing here, while we sitting here with this, they already in the room watching us. They in the room. You're on a screen. Okay. They're in your room. Remote viewing, got psychics looking at you. The FBI has a psychic division. I had a friend, I'm not going to say her name, but she was a FBI psychic. She used to find dead bodies and missing people. The FBI uses psychics to find missing people. You're still sitting there looking like, no. I'm just going to watch this gossip scandal, turn on the radio, hear bullshit all day. So, yeah. And the people governing you know all of this. They talking to dead people. They got remote viewing. They're psychics. They bending spoons with their mind. You sitting there with the same mind and can't do any of this because of how you perceive yourself. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Turn your gospel now to let's turn to the gospel of hip hop right now. Turn to the gospel of hip hop right now. I'm reading the beginning, page 355. I'm on page 355, the 8th overstanding endarkenment. I'm going to read from the beginning of this right here. And you'll notice that some of the words that were here also, I just read them here. But you got a more expanded version over there. Look at this one here. We're going to run through this real quick. Here we go now. I'm reading from the 8th overstanding endarkenment. These are your abilities. But you got to free your mind from shapes, letters, numbers. Free your mind from that being the only interpretation to reality, because it's not. Science knows it, religion knows it, government knows it. You don't know it. That's why we're here right now. That's why we're here. That's why we're here right now. This is why we're here, getting it in right now. Let's read. Consider this. Spiritual life is reflected more in natural circumstances and symbolic ideas. To be more specific, the natural physical world is an effect, or rather a temporary flickering, a spark caused by the activity of light energy, electromagnetic radiation. All is light energy. It is only our perception and interpretation of light energy that actually presents the material world to us. All is light. All is eternal mind. At the essence of all material things are vibrations of electromagnetic waves, commonly called light. We are called what we call the material world is simply our interpretation of these electromagnetic waves. Everything that we see or sense is really our interpretation of light. And you can perceive and then use light as anything that you wish. The material world is our interpretation of various forms of light. The vibration of light is constant. However, it is our interpretation of light that creates our material world. Now, let's go ahead and highlight number 4 and 5. I'm sorry, 3 and 4. Sorry. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah. We're doing 3 to 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go ahead and highlight that. And for those that teach this lesson, this is the lesson to teach those that are in impoverished situations. I teach this lesson all the time. It's very effective because it's real. It's true. It's a change in your thinking. Poverty is a thought. Poverty is a thought. Of course, we know it's a socio-political condition caused by robbery, theft, kidnapping, rape. But in a philosophical sense, you can escape all that by simply seeing these events differently. By simply tweaking your perception of things. Nothing is one way. That's what you got to realize. To have universal mind, to have holistic thinking. Well, go ahead and get with that. Nothing is one way. When good things happen to you, it's not just good. There's some bad in that. When bad things happen to you, it's not just bad. There's some real good in that. Be holistic and be balanced in your approach to life. So let me read 3 to 6 for you real quick. And here's why. Because this is the ability. This is the ability. The material world is our interpretation of various forms of light. The vibration of light is constant. The electromagnetic energy that we call light, all this stuff, is constant. It's the same. The vibration of light is constant. However, it is our interpretation of light that creates our material world. It's how you see light. Light is constant, but it's not the same for everybody. It's one loaf of bread, but the way you dice that bread up is going to be different for everybody. No one is seeing the world exactly the same way. Everybody is seeing the world according to their education. Anything you desire, you can have. I'll say it again. Anything that you desire, you can have. And there's that word desire. Yeah. Anything that you desire, you can have. Anything. You see the word anything? Anything that you desire, you can have, because nothing is actually separate from yourself. There's nothing else to say. You can have anything and everything you want because nothing is separate from you. It is the illusion that space and time is, or should I say, the illusion of time gives you the illusion of space. But it's all illusion. And in fact, it's not illusion. The illusion is how you are interpreting it, right? Space is real, time is real, but they're not. It's how you are interpreting space and time that is real for you. Anything that you desire, you can have because nothing is actually separate from yourself. Simply act and feel like you already have whatever you desire and it must materialize. You and whatever you desire are really the same things in essence. This is why we highlight in this whole thing. Having an attitude of expectancy regulates the speed at which we detect light energy and focus our conscious attention, directs expectancy. Let me read that to you one more time. Having an attitude of expectancy, and you could underline expectancy because we're going to be going over that a couple of times. Having an attitude of expectancy. I expect this. And that's why, that's what the divine performance was talking about. Once you have the character of the divine performance, you expect certain things. Once you have the character of the H-law, you expect certain things. This is what righteousness is about. You don't be a good person so other people can say you good. You be a good person so that you have the confidence to expect the spiritual realm to work for you. You know you out there doing evil, you don't have the confidence to command the spiritual world. When you know you out there doing good and you holy in your being, then you have the confidence to go boldly before God and the ancestors and expect them to respond to you. Having an attitude of expectancy regulates the speed at which we detect light energy and focus or conscious attention. The idea of focus, or what we call conscious attention, directs expectancy. Here's the formula. Here's the formula right here. However, it is actually 6 is the formula, but I'm going to read this because look what I just said. Focus, okay? Focus, expectancy and focus regulates the speed, okay? Regulates the speed that you're going to manifest real things in your life. Look, however, it is one's values. Here's the formula. It is one's values which are created by the principles one has come to accept in life that organize and directs one's focus. And it says, read this again until you fully understand its meaning. This is so important. Let's do it again. It's one's values, what you value, okay? It's one's values which are created by the principles one has come to accept in life that organize and directs one's focus. How do you get focus? Principles. How do you get principles? Values. Or should I say this? How do you get focus? Values. How do you get values? Principles. Whatever your principles are, those are your values. And whatever you value is what you focused on. This is the formula. This is it. Your principles ground you in a value. I value my principles, therefore I look for them. I value my principles, so I'm focused on them because I value them. I value my health, my love, my awareness, and my wealth. I'm focused. Together, one's life principles, which creates one's values, which directs one's conscious attention or focus, which then directs the force of one's expectancy, manipulate our interpretation of light energy, and certain people, places, things, and circumstances manifest in our lives. You truly get whatever you expect. I got to read that again. Together, one's life principles, this is the formula, principles, values, focus. Together, one's life principles, which creates one's values, which direct one's conscious attention or focus, which then directs one's force, that directs the force of one's expectancy. The force of your expectancy is created by your values, your principles and your values, which then directs the force of one's expectancy, manipulate our interpretation of light energy, and certain people, places, things, and circumstances manifest in our lives. Your principles create values, and you expect that focus. That focus comes in and you expect certain people, places, and things to manifest according to your purpose, according to your desires, which is what? My values, which is what? My principles. I only desire my principles. You truly get whatever you expect. You get what you expect. Your awareness of yourself or focus upon yourself as a certain kind of person controls the speed at which certain kinds of human necessities, values, vibrate into your environment. Remember, principles plus value plus focus equal expectancy. What do you expect? And look at the math on that. Principles plus values plus focus equal expectancy. What do you expect? Know this, the awareness of human beings vibrates at a much slower rate than the awareness of spirit beings. And this is true, this is real. Spirit beings vibrate faster. That's why we can't see them with the eyes. Human beings tend to focus upon, or rather expect, slower material vibrations than spirit beings. Likewise, the values and necessities of spirit beings lead those beings to expect bigger results from light energy than human beings are capable of perceiving. Vibrations such as health, love, wealth, faith, forgiveness, etc., vibrate at much faster speeds of awareness than sickness, hatred, ignorance, poverty, doubt, hate, revenge, etc. The question here is, which group of vibrations do you truly value the most? What do you expect? Of course, at first glance, one is quick to value health over sickness or forgiveness over revenge. However, upon a closer observation, we can see that most people value the power of sickness. And notice how the word power is underlined. They value the power of sickness more than they value the power of health. They actually expect sickness more than they expect health. They actually believe more in the possibilities and powers of sickness than in the possibilities and powers of perfect and continuous health. That's how we actually think. Sure, on the surface, we agree that forgiveness is better than revenge and that love is better than hate, until we ourselves are wronged in some kind of way. Then our real principles and values come to light. And that's the point. We'll say all day it's better to love than to hate. Then here comes the hater. And do you respond? How do you respond? And it is our focus, our expectancy upon these real principles and values that speeds up or slows down our awareness. You are the truth, and you cannot truly lie to yourself. Human awareness vibrates at the speed of all it sees. And remember that. Human awareness vibrates at the speed of what it sees. It is our own focus, conscious attention, that interprets light energy itself. The more we focus upon things, the more we become aware about things, eventually expecting the actualization of what we are aware of. Therefore, when one truly expects one's own spiritual reality and begins to truly value, focus upon, the principles of spirit as opposed to the temporary effects of the world, one will eventually manifest the reality of spirit in the temporary reality of the physical world. Such activity appears supernatural and miraculous in the physical world. However, such supernatural and miraculous activity is simply about adjusting your expectancy of things by adjusting the value you place upon things. Everyone affects the physical reality they see and perceive. When you truly value, see, perceive your God, then the presence of God shall be with you always. And notice the spellings on the gods. When you begin to truly value spirit, spiritual things shall begin happening to you. Isn't that logical, though? Most people want God in their lives, but they do not really expect God in their lives. Either they do not really value God, or they do not really value themselves. When you expect God in your life, God then appears. It's really that simple. However, if you expect to fight your devil when you wake up every morning, then such a devil will be right there, ready to do battle with you every morning. Attuned hip-hoppers must be mindful as to what they place their focus, conscious attention upon. Again, the question here is, what do you truly expect, even respect? What do you truly value? And that's the deep part. That's when you get in between the oscillation. What do you value, really? Most of us say we value God, but we really don't. And that's the real trick to it. It's like, of course you value God, of course you do. But we're dealing with a deeper lesson. When you come in from outside, you ran around the whole day. You had a job, you was at school, you did shows, so on. You lectured somewhere, you was with family, you was out the whole day. Finally got home, you're tired. Finally got home. What do you reach for the minute you get home? Do you go right to the refrigerator and get something to drink? Water, beer, juice, wine? Do you reach for that bottle of wine? Crack that? I need this right now. Is it the spliff? The minute I get home, I'm going to light this spliff up, smoke it out, and I need this right now. I had a hard day. Is it food? I go right home, go right to the refrigerator, drip that sandwich I was thinking about all day, or the cake, or whatever it is. when you get home, what's valuable to you? I hug the kids. I come right in. I go right to my kids' bedroom or whatever. When they greet me, I want to touch them. I want to hug them. I want to see them. That's what my wife, my husband, whatever it is. I want to. The minute I get home, who do I go to first? I go right to my spouse first. I have to touch my spouse. I must love her, him, them, whatever. The question is, the minute you get home, what's most valuable to you? This is the exercise. What's most valuable? And it's an exercise. For me, I walk around with the gospel of hip hop, and I have a small, those that know me, I got this little X thing that the book sits in. I walk around with my little wooden X thing and my gospel. And I made it a habit when I go to hotels. I mean, when I come home, I have other all types of other things. Home is not a good example for me. When I come home, I love my home. So I come home, I get into the studio, and I value that. I get home, I get into a reading. I go to my library, this kind of thing. I go to the kitchen. I love to cook. These are kinds of things because my altar is already set up. I come home, I go right to my bedroom. My altar's right there, gospel already out for me. So it's a continuous thing. But when I'm in other environments, and like I travel. I drove 6 hours to get to a gig. I get right to the hotel. What's the most important thing? I'm setting up my gospel. God, right there. Boom, gospel. Before anything, go right to the bathroom, get my towel out, lay down the white towel, put my thing on top, put my gospel on top. Now, okay, I'm good. I'm good. Now I can go get something to eat. I can even use the bathroom now. But it's a habit with me. I've done this now for who knows how many years now. 20, 30 years. It's a habit now, or a tour habit. You walk around with your gospel. When I go to the studio, sometimes I crack the gospel open right there. Just leave it open to the freestyles. Right there, because this is what's important. I believe on this. It's happened for me. For me, it's not even a belief. It's a fact. For me, I am KRS-ONE. I have no choice. I'm locked and shocked. I ain't got no choice. Okay, long before this was a book, the principles of this was already in the world. You can read this in a lot of holy books. If your eye is open, you can interpret it. The principles of the gospel is universal. Like I mentioned before, they're universal and timeless. We're just speaking these principles through hip hop's culture. And we're speaking that. But the principles themselves, timeless. I put these principles to work. Shout out to Christian Science, Mary Eddy Baker, Florence Scovel Shinn. Look these people up. Ernest Holmes, Science of Mind. Dianetics, L. Ron Hubbard. James Allen, As a Man Thinketh. These are the books my mother was handing off at 12 years old. By the time I'm 16, I'm in the libraries. I'm looking at this. And this is what became important for me. While my mind was getting geared up for this and that, this is what became important for me when I was young. So now I manifested. When I learned that I could do anything with my mind, I said, you know what? I'm hip hop. I'm an MC and a philosopher. Philosophy is what got me started. So this is what it is. But I'm a hood kid. And I know I'm going to be rapping my whole life. I know it. So it was impossible then. And all the books said, don't think no small thought with this. They said, your dream has to be impossible. So when you know it went down, you know that this works. You know these are the timeless principles of the ancient. And that's what makes it has to be impossible. It can't just be, $50,000. Or if that's impossible for you, maybe that's what it is. But in your mind, in your own life, it has to be impossible. Okay, it has to be. And at the time I was 14, 15, living with my moms, and it was Brooklyn and Bronx and Harlem, and it was ridiculous. And it was crazy. And it was right there. And I said, what I'm thinking is impossible. And I'll say this arrogantly. I'm going to say it humbly because it's an arrogant statement to make, but I don't care. I'm a Leo. But it's part of this lesson. Here's the arrogant statement, but it's true, y'all. When I was 13, I would turn to my brother, Kenny, DJ Kenny Parker, and I would say to him, I'm going to be the greatest MC of all time. And I used to say that. Nobody knew it was called GOAT. None of that. But I used the exact same words. I was 13. I said, I'm going to be the greatest MC of all time. I'm going to be the greatest rapper of all time. I'm going to be the greatest of all time. Now, we knew this, and we was applying it to people like Muhammad Ali and people like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Dr. J and Iceman Gervin. These were the greatest of all time when I was growing up, okay? But we applied this to ourselves, and I applied it to myself, and I said, yo, I'm going to be the greatest. According to this knowledge, I could be the greatest of all time. And I'm telling y'all this in this class because I'm telling you, this is real. Not only did I get my little wish that say, look, I want to be a rapper. Okay, that was the wish. Just if I could just survive as a rapper, if I could just do that as a rapper, I'll be good. But I also put in it the impossible. No, I want to be the greatest of all time. I'm a young kid playing with this, playing with it. In fact, I said this, I used to say this affirmation in Brooklyn, in Prospect Park, homeless. I'm about 16 now. And I tell this story all the time. People know of it. I'm there in Brooklyn in the band shell. 1985, I'm there, it's raining. I'm in the band shell, broken up band shell. They done destroyed. This was part of this. All the homeless people used to go to the band shell. Nobody was working at nothing. I'm sitting in the band shell. Like 3, 4 other homeless people spread out. It's raining. We all in there trying to keep from out being in the rain. We in Brooklyn in Prospect Park at the old band shell. I visualize right there. I say one day I'm going to be rocking stages like this. And we was on the stage, but the stage had holes in it and was broken. And I said, I'm going to be rocking stages like this. Not this one. In my mind, it was like, not this stage. This is disgusting. But I know, I was thinking of the Apollo and Madison Square Garden. And I'm thinking that. But look how the mind works. Of course, 20 years later, I'm headlining that same stage, okay? And the enlightenment came over me. All this is true. All of this is real. Don't play games with your mind. United Negro College Fund. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. That is the most profound statement of all time. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. And people are wasting their minds. Wasting their minds. I was 15 with nothing. And I read from these other people, and the race didn't matter. James Allen is white. Ernest Holmes, white. But you dig deep, Godfrey Higgins and all these dudes, they white people trying to pass this knowledge on. And they're being truthful, though. They tell you it's from Africa. They tell you it's from the ancient Kemetic sciences. They tell you, but they even know. Like people like Manly P. Hall, another one. You know what I'm saying? They'll even tell you, this ain't about no race. Sure, we could say African. We could say European. We could say Egyptian. We could say Asian. And you could say those things. But when you really studying this, it's about character. It's a bloodline. And most people are born with the bloodline. And I say most people because even those that are born with the bloodline, sometimes you got to get it turned on in you. You've been so indoctrinated against your own bloodline that somebody got to come along and say, nah, G, space is not what you think. Time is not what you think. Light is not what you think. Matter is not what you think. We can manipulate this. We can make this anything we want. We are holograms in a hologram. So why don't you open your mind and realize, get serious about what you want to be, who you want to be. Get serious about it. Put it on your heart and start moving in that direction. And make sure your vision is impossible so that you know when it happens. Because that's what happened to me. When I recorded South Bronx, really, that was it for me. You didn't have to tell me nothing else. After that, because I knew when I was 12, I told my mother, yo, I'm doing this. And then 13 came and 14. You know, you're struggling with yourself, and I'm going through my old puberty and all of this stuff. I'm a young man. I'm trying to come up. But I knew who I was. I said, I'm an MC and a philosopher. That's what it's going to be. I started reading more books. And every book say, make sure it's impossible. Make sure the dream is big. The universe don't like small dreams. Make sure you do. All of this is what's being said. And then, of course, my mom's is there, handing me the ancient stuff, the African, the Asian, the ancient European, the Celtics. These dudes was no joke, okay? All of that. I'm reading, taking it all in. The leprechauns, the Irish, what these dudes is dealing with, okay? Stonehenge and all of that. Early Britain, ancient Britain. We reading that at 16. 17. You could believe by the time I reached 17, I left home. I said, I'm out. I'm out of here. I'm KRS-ONE. I'm out of here. Let's get this party started right now. And sure enough, I read on. You know my story. I went to the library, did my thing, came out and applied the knowledge. I called myself knowledge reigning supreme because that's all I have. That's all I have. That's all I have. Knowledge. That's it. I value that. And as a result, knowledge value. Now, without a high school diploma, I don't even have a GED. I mean, I probably do have I took the GED test and I passed, but I can't show you a GED on my wall. I don't even know where it is, okay? I never went to high school. I never went to a prom. I never did any of that. I never went to college, nothing, okay? Now, I ain't got to tell you what the deal is. It is what it is. But look at this. I'm trying to teach this lesson. And I'm trying to show you and say to you, for real, any teacher of any temple, of any mosque, any synagogue, any church, any school, if they are not the living embodiment of what they are teaching, you're going to have to question that teaching. You're going to have to question that teaching because this is a hip-hop teaching. And we're not talking about what we used to do or what we're going to do. We're talking about what we're doing. We're talking about what we're doing. And what I'm doing right here is establishing the environment of a temple of hip hop. Why? Because I am the hologram in it. I am the holographic teacher in the holographic temple. And within the holographic temple, all the ancestors can come because they're holograms too. And they come with the knowledge and the lessons. You don't think they're inspiring me right now? Putting little things in my ear and stuff to talk about? Yeah, they are. They're assisting us right now. Some are even learning. You think you're the only one listening to this? This is what I mean. You know, the others are listening. Biggie is listening. Tupac's listening, or listened last week. You know, they doing things in their lives on the other side, in that 95% side. They got a whole life. The universe is existing. We only 5%, and we only here for a minute, and we're gone. So what is life? What is the whole of life? Not just this little 5%, not just little 100 years that we live here. It goes like that, and then you're gone. Where do you go? You're a flicker too. In the scheme of humanity, you're just one flash. Your whole life, one flash. We know the universe works like that. They say your whole life flashed before you in that last 6 seconds of your death. The last 6 seconds of your death. Your whole life. We could be living death right now. 6 seconds. I urge you to go see movies or dig up movies like, well, first of all, The Secret. That we're talking about that right now. Look at the movie The Secret. The documentary, The Secret, talks about this. Of course, What the Bleep do we know? And Waking Life. Waking Life talks about this too. It's a cartoon type movie, but you'll get it. Waking Life. Go watch these movies and get more of what other people know and are experiencing in life. I chose to come back. That's the issue. And I don't like it. I'm telling you right now. I'm not, I'm being honest with you. I would rather enjoy my knowledge than teach it. That's the God's honest truth. I would rather enjoy what I know than teach it. It takes a lot to teach it. Every week we coming on like this. I was in the cold weather. I don't like cold weather. I'm in the cold. 7 degrees in New York. We over here doing shows. And it's shows, of course, that's our work. That's how we eat, no doubt. But everywhere we go, we got to teach. And we know that. Other artists come around us asking, yo, G, I heard you say this. What do you mean by that? And so on and so on. We there to teach, and we know that, so we come prepared for that. It's not just shows for us or just a lecture to that university. We're always teaching wherever we are. But you got to be in environments that your people are at. And this is what it means about giving back to the hood. You know, giving back to the hood. You come back, you get successful, and you go back to the hood, and you try to bring 2, 3, 4 more people out with you. At least that's what I was taught. You know, I was taught from the 60s civil rights movement. They said, don't leave the hood. What happens is too many of us, we get out and we don't come back. You don't have to live in the hood. Nobody wants to live in no hood, okay? That ain't what we dealing with. But make sure your business is in the hood. Make sure your school is in the hood. Make sure you come back and deliver some of those lectures to the hood or whatever you got. Whatever your success was, whatever company you're dealing with, make sure you hiring people from the hood. Make sure you do, you know, come back to the hood. But I tell you the truth, you can't really come back to the hood and sit there and see people in ignorance and suffering because of it. See people arrogant, dissing you. You coming back to the hood to help, and they calling you all type of motherfuckers shit, and they dissing you. And you like, you know, I don't even need to be here right now. Like, real talk, like 2 snaps and I'm in a limousine somewhere. I'm out of here to Florida, to Miami. You know what I'm saying? Like 2 snaps. I'm on Fat Joe's yacht. I want to get on his yacht and stick my feet out and chill. You know, like 2 snaps, and you know it's real. You know it's real. It's not like we bragging or this, that, and the other. We got something else to do. We do have another place to go. But we are rising to the truth, and we're rising to our responsibilities, and that's what I'm urging you to do as well. Rise to your responsibility. Teach the people around you. It may be difficult. You may be uncomfortable, but teach the people around you. Don't just look at me, say, oh, we're learning from KRS-ONE or this, that, and the other. No, the point of this learning is for you to teach. Listen to what I'm saying, hear the explanations of the gospel, and then open the book on somebody else. Teach somebody else how to get out of this madness that we're living in, this colonial madness too, by the way. And colonialism is over, been over, but the effects of it is still on the mind. The effects of it is still on the mind. And that's what we're doing. So I'm just giving you this little piece. I'm giving you this little piece. What do you truly value? What do you truly value? Because what you value is what you're going to get. I'm on paragraph 15, page 358, paragraph 15. For it is through the repetition of certain words, affirmations, and prayers that one focuses one's awareness upon the values of one's heart. It is also what one places one's money and time upon that determines what one values most. This is why it is so important that you freely give abundantly and from your heart to whomever or whatever is your spiritual guidance. Not just because tithing, donating, volunteering, etc., helps your man or woman of God financially and releases him, her, from chasing the values of the world just to eat and pay bills. But tithing, etc., and the amount that you tithe, etc., proves to yourself, did you hear this? Proves to yourself how much you value the people, places, and things of the spirit. Such giving strengthens your own sense of expectancy. Before I say this again, let me just read this part one more time, because this speaks to a lot of different areas. You know what, too? Let me go ahead and highlight 16. Let's just highlight 16. I'm going to tell you why. Because when we get to the 11th overstanding, which is the teacher part, we come back to this. We come back to this in the teacher, and we come back to this in the Temple of Hip Hop overstanding as well, about how we deal with tithing and donations and volunteerism, how we deal with that. And this is the beginning of this. So just make a note that this is, you put here, TEACHA, TEACHA overstanding. right? And let me read it to you one more time, because this is important for our ministry, for you to understand the type of ministry we're actually dealing with here. Okay, it's very important that you understand that we respect volunteers, tithing, and those that don't know, tithing is 10% of whatever it is you make. If you know something, 10% of whatever you make goes to your religious institution. It's a Jewish practice. It's not really a Jewish practice. People do this all over, but Jewish people, that's how it comes to the United States. That's the Jewish people tithe to their synagogue. They give 10%, or they're supposed to give 10% to the synagogue of what they make, what they earn, or so on. Christians do the same thing, but they give it directly, I think, to the minister. And everyone's practices are different too, by the way. Let me also say that. But I'm speaking here about tithing, to give 10, 5, 20, 15%. 10% is the standard to your religious institution. That's important. That is important. That is important to give to your religious institution, and in a Christian sense, to make your man or woman of God immune to the world. Like, for instance, if your spiritual if you respect your spiritual teacher and they're really teaching you something real, then you should be giving your money to that spiritual teacher, because a spiritual teacher should not be in the world, should not be working a job or have to compromise the teaching because of money. Those who are interested in the teaching should be giving the spiritual teacher money. And the word is money. Okay, pay the teacher's bills, pay the reverend's bills, the minister, the imam, the rabbi, whoever it is that is your spiritual teacher. You should be proud and honored to come with your 10% or whatever it is that sustains that teacher, because that is the sustainment of the teacher. The teacher is sustained by his or her students, by his or her apprentice. That's the standard for many thousands of years, and we're not about to go past that standard. That's a universal standard. Your apprentice take care of you, and the way in which your apprentice take care of you shows the level of respect they have for the teaching and for your time and for your effort. That's thousands of years, and all civilizations have practiced that. However, God has done a new thing with hip-hop, and what has happened is God, the universe itself, has said, you know what? The new spiritual teacher, at least of this temple of hip hop, don't need no donations, don't need no tithing. We're past that. What's going to happen is the teachers of our temple are going to master the culture itself. When you master the artistic elements of hip hop, you are immediately wealthy. Period. You don't need no money. You don't need no resources. You don't need that. God provides everything you need by simply going, I'll keep on bringing it, singing it to your ears. It's ringing, it's steaming, gleaming, and dreaming. True, I'm singing with meaning, it's seeming. We screaming for the cream and the demon. The demon got us scheming, rhyming for no reason. Every weekend we weaken. Discipline is what we need, but we too busy freaking to understand divine speaking. I got the gospel in my hand right now. I'm about to show the congregation right now how to lose the mind and use the mind. I was about to say move the mind, but we're going to use the mind. Oh, man, am I leaving too many of yous behind? Oh, man, KRS is coming with a newer rhyme. I could do this all day. Why? Because I mastered it. This is the Blast Master, Chris. The actual is this. The actual is this. I laugh because I'm in the middle of a freestyle while I spit the profile. Listen, child, I call you a child, but you're really an adult. I call you a child because you're not really in a cult. You're in a culture. And everyone is a child because we're too young to realize the old style. We a child, I'm a child, you a child. Why? Because God is the mother, the father. Meanwhile, we are looking at the universe for what it is. This is why in front of the universe, we all kids. I'm coming off the top and my hat is crunching up because it's real hip hop. I'm going to take this hat right now. You hear what I say? Take it off my head, put it right on eBay. Put it on eBay. And we going to see today, I'm about to get 3, 4, probably 5K off the hat that I just put right here on my mind or on my head or how I interpret it with my rhyme. This is the point. And I'm speaking to you. My name is KRS-ONE, not 2. When you master that, you get all the money you need. I don't need to pass no hat. Sorry. And then again, I say this humbly. We all could use some money. No doubt. You got something to give me? Give it to me now. But I'm speaking truth. I'm speaking truth so that you understand exactly what this is. Speaking truth. And I'm speaking to this paragraph right here too, by the way. Speaking truth. We don't need your money. We make our money. We work and we make our own money. And with our money, we come to the temple and we feed the congregation knowledge and food and clothing and shelter. Why should you come to a spiritual institution and have to give it something? No, you should come to a spiritual institution that's giving you something. Is it really God here? If God is really with us, then we don't need nothing. God is enough. The ancestors are real. If the ancestors are real, we don't need nothing. What we need? With universal gods and ancestors and spirit beings guiding us and protecting us and giving us strength. What do we need? What do I need to ask you for anything for? And so we don't. And so we don't. Because we don't need to. And we say this humbly. Like I said at the beginning, make sure you take care of your man or woman of God. Make sure. And that may include me too. You know what I'm saying? I may get to a point where I can't work or whatever. How's the Temple of Hip Hop going to take care of its teacher? Or is anybody even thinking about that? Well, I am. I'm thinking about how I'm going to spit rhymes at 70. I may have to switch over to graffiti right now. Start selling paintings for 100 grand. Start doing it like that. But I have multiple talents within my culture. MCing, breaking, MCing, graffiti, or DJing. I have multiple talents. Street fashion, street language, street knowledge. I have multiple talents. I've mastered my culture. So when you master the culture, when you master any of the 9 elements, wealth comes. Wealth comes. Money comes. Jewelry comes. Diamonds, all that stuff. It comes to you. It comes to you when you mastered your culture. So let's read this line one more time with this understanding. This is why it is so important that you freely give abundantly and from your heart to whomever or whatever is your spiritual guidance. Not just because tithing, donating, volunteering, etc., helps your man or woman of God financially and releases him or her from chasing the values of the world just to eat and pay bills, but tithing, etc., and the amount that you tithe, etc., prove to yourself how much you value the people, places, and things of the spirit. When you tithe or give to the Temple of Hip Hop, that means you appreciate this. You serious about this. And money's a damn good way of showing your seriousness. But be real with it and be real with what we teach. We're not here begging for your money. That's not what this is. And let me tell you something, real truth. If I really do need money, I will come here and ask for it. This is philosophy, okay? This ain't no church, okay? Straight up and down. If we really needed money, like really, I do a GoFundMe campaign, real talk. Do a straight up campaign. Yo, we need this cash. And in the future, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. But right now, we reading our gospel, we raising up our culture. We don't need to do that right now. What does this cost? Come on, it's don't cost. Not more than we can afford. It costs something, but not, come on. We can afford to do this. But now there's going to come a time, I'm quite sure, when the city's getting built and the temple itself is getting built. Now, how serious are you? How serious are you now? Are you ready to put your credit up? Put your family's resources up for a temple of hip hop? Really? What if I can't rhyme no more? What if the government say my words is too crazy? KRS can't work no more. How do I rely on the temple to keep this message going? How? Well, we got to think about things like that. And that's what this 16 paragraph is all about. Protect your man or woman of God. Don't allow the outside world to snatch them up like so many of people have done. They criticize their man or woman of God. They don't lift them up. They don't dust them off. They don't give nothing to them. They don't feed them. They don't clothe them. Then when they get in the scandal, now you want to criticize. Paragraph 17. Such giving strengthens your own sense of expectancy. Such high value placed upon the things of the spirit speeds up or intensifies the awareness of the human being that is focused upon spirit. Such acts eventually transform those human beings into spirit beings, because such acts can only come from human beings who expect to be and live in spirit. For spirit awareness vibrates at a much faster speed than human awareness. Therefore, the spirit being outruns, outfeels, and outthinks the human being on all levels of physical reality. Let me hit you with that again, because this is my rhyming ability right here, y'all. This is what it is. This is the live show. This is what it is right here. This is what it is. I'm trying to be transparent. I'm trying to be honest with you right now. This is it. You want to know the techniques? This is it. Spirit awareness vibrates at a much faster speed than human awareness. Therefore, the spirit being outruns, outfeels, outthinks, outrhymes the human being on all levels of physical reality. Spirit beings see and operate in a much faster, non-physical world vibration than human beings. So human awareness cannot even see the movements of spirit awareness because of its, human awareness, own slower material vibratory speed awareness. This is what makes the spirit realm invisible to us. We simply vibrate too slow. Human beings are commonly thought of as intelligent animals, the bridge between the spiritual and the material world. The more you realize, value yourself as a spirit being, the faster you will vibrate. In fact, the more aware you are of God, the faster you shall vibrate. This is what it is. Speed up your vibration. This is different from the oscillation. The oscillation is physical. Your heart, every beat of your heart strengthens your aura, which goes out 6 feet of you. You're in a round circle, 6 feet in every direction. It's called the human aura. This aura changes colors, shapes, according to your emotional state. And here, when I was growing up, we had things called mood rings. And based on your mood, the ring would change. It would change colors. Crazy, okay? But this part about here, this is what makes the spirit realm invisible to us. We simply, this part. Human beings are commonly thought of as human animals, the bridge between the spiritual and the material world. The more you realize, value yourself as a spirit being, the faster you will vibrate. And that's the point. Spirit vibrates faster than the material world, so we don't see it. Now, when you raise your consciousness to vibrate at the speed of spirit, you'll see spirits. It's a different sight. And one of the ways of raising your vibrational speed is by not being afraid. Fear is the number one thing that slows down your vibrational speed is fear. It's fear. What you got to think about actually is exercises. This is the one I use. Is that you ever notice sometime when you're doing something and out the corner of your eye you see somebody there? Or you see somebody moving and you look and there's nothing there. Well, instead of looking, the next time you see that, don't look. Try to see it with your peripheral vision. Don't look, don't turn to it. Just the minute you see somebody or something look like it's moving over here, not in your direct sight. It's like you see it over here, which is it's the thing that makes you go like this. Yo, yo, I thought I saw somebody move over there. I thought I saw something move over there. But the next time that happens to you, don't turn your head. Keep looking at it with your peripheral vision. It's amazing. It's amazing what you see. It's amazing. Or maybe some of you don't want to see this, so don't practice this then. And I say that to you unequivocally, because there are beings walking all around us, and they're not just human beings. The universe is made up of all kinds of. There's no word, there's no name for some of the beings that exist all around us, and we're just, because we only deal with 5 senses, you do not see them. You do not see them. And they're all around you, and they affect your life too. They affect the circumstances of your life. You just don't see them. Or you interpret them, other beings, as diseases. You interpret them as hatred, or I feel a certain way right now. When you came around, I felt a certain way. You think it's the person to person, but it could be another being that doesn't like the person that you now say you don't like, but you're being influenced. That contagious thing. This is science. The spiritual world has a science to it. It's a real place with real people and real beings, and real things are going on. And if you are shut down to only 5% of the known universe, how can you? That's it. That's the prison. That's the prison. To only be in the light and not in the dark. The more you realize or value yourself as a spirit being, the faster you will vibrate. In fact, the more aware you are of your God, the faster you shall vibrate. And fear, realize that you are a divine being, and you're supposed to see divine beings, alive or dead, in the material world or vibrational. You are a divine being. Don't be afraid of them. Don't be afraid. Think about what would happen if you could communicate to another divine being while being on the material world. Think about what that relationship could be like. I experience it all the time. I shed my fears years ago, and I ask the ancestors all the time, bring me here, take me there, do this for me, show me this, do this, and they do it. They want to do it. They want to be part of your, they're like friends, they're peoples, and then they ask you, yo, can you go check on this person for us? Can you go to this area? I know you don't want to go, but can you go there because we need you to go there? Can you teach this lesson every Sunday? Because we on the other side need this. You don't need it. We need it. It's a two-way street. When you work for God, God works for you. When you work for your ancestors work for you. And I don't have no other life, so I don't have nothing else to teach. This is what I know. I'm teaching what I know, and I'm teaching what I experience. So that's it. And here I am. Like I say often, if I'm not KRS-ONE, if I'm not who I say I am, then turn this liar off. Okay? Turn this fraud off and say, yo, I heard some idiot talking about he was the greatest MC of all time, and he manifested his career with his mind. But we don't see none of that. We don't see it. He's still talking 20, 30 years later. We don't see nothing. Nah, if I'm not who I say I am, then turn me off. But if I'm who I say I am, if I'm using my life as the evidence to the teachings that I'm telling you, and teachings that others have said as well, because you can say, well, Chris, that's just your experience, dude. That's just your experience. Nobody else is going to experience it like you. Wrong. Before I had my experience, I read book 2. I read book 2. The Bible's true. I have a lot of criticisms for the way it's written. And the history of the Bible is crazy, okay? But the book is true. I don't know about all this other stuff. I don't know. But the Bible I read, the King James Version, the Bible that we all got, that book is true. That book is true. I lived it out. Now, there's a lot of errors there. But there's a lot of errors here too. And there's a lot of errors in a lot of these books because it's a book. And until you start walking the path that the book points to, don't get caught up in the book. The book is pointing to something. When you start walking the path that these books are talking about and stop worshiping the book, but start living the life that the book is talking about, that's the divinity. That's when you start seeing things change. And that's when you start seeing the real power. That's when you see the real power. And it comes over you, and it comes over you in your purpose and in your profession. Mine is MCing. Mine is philosophy. I teach philosophy. I teach hip hop. I teach MC. I am hip hop. And I teach my culture. To my culture first. Then if other people want to know, I'll teach you too. But where's the results of my teaching? The first result has to be on me. You got to see it on me first. And I hope you're seeing it on me first. The mastery of our culture on me first. Because I'm teaching it. And I ain't no fraud at all. I don't know about the rest of these teachers out here. I don't know about the rest of these ministers, reverends, and moms. I don't know about none of these people, okay? Well, there are a few people I can vouch for. But generally, I don't know what they doing. They got their book. They got their Messiah, their Christ, their whatever. They got, and I'm not here to knock nobody's path. You know that. But I got a path too. And my path was not the Buddha, the Krishna, the Buddha Madhi, none of that. I went through them. Yes, I did. But hip hop, that's the path that I was on. Long before hip hop was even seen as hip hop. We knew we had something in the Bronx. We had something in Brooklyn. We knew we did. And some of us went and became 5%ers. Others became Rastafarians. Others became straight Islam, Nation Islam, you know. And others of us went deeper, digging into philosophy and metaphysics. And that was me. Or it was a bunch of us, really. But I'm the visible one. I'm the most popular philosopher of hip hop. But there were others. There were others that they didn't hold themselves out like I did. You know, I came out as the philosopher, the teacher. But there were others that were just as much philosopher, just as much teacher. But they never held themselves out like that. They didn't do that. But they were teaching. They were on the corner. They dropped knowledge. They had jewels for our culture, some of which we're still living with today. But they didn't walk this path. Others, they had the knowledge, gained the knowledge, and then went to where the knowledge told them to go. Going to paradise now. Going to paradise. You got the knowledge. You know how to use your mind now. You can use your being too. Going to paradise then. That's it. And it's dope. It's dope. I lived it myself. I lived in California for 20 years. Paradise. Okay. I mean, me and Simone was talking about it the other day. We said, man, we lived in California for so many years, and only because it was paradise for us, we wanted to live the teachings. And so we went into the mountains of California, went into the desert of California, and lived a beautiful life. Beautiful life. People say KRS took time off. I ain't take no time off. I was working. I was doing my thing, but I went into endarkenment. The temple knows I didn't take no time off. So y'all know, I've been working. I've been putting album after album after album out, but I wasn't in the mainstream. Nobody saw that. If you was with KRS, you saw he put an album out. You heard what it was. If you went to his lecture, you saw what the lecture was about. But for the rest of the world, for the whole world, nah. KRS is that old school rapper. He used to do it. People used to walk up to me all the time and say, yo, you still rapping? I was laughing like, yeah, I just ripped the... Just last weekend we was getting it in. But no, you didn't see it on TV. You didn't see it on your phone. You're not tuned into KRS-ONE, so you don't see him like that. And the spirit realm is the same way. Spirit beings are operating everywhere. We're having a good time. We're having the best time of our lives. But nobody can see it. It's not in the world. This good time is not in the world. It's not in the world. I only chose to enter the world due to COVID, really, to be honest with you. And not even due to COVID. We had said earlier, like we had got a temple house in Atlanta. We was going to run retreats in Atlanta for the Temple of Hip Hop. And we went and got this house. Son One secured a home in Atlanta, big house, several bedrooms. We set the studio up. We was actually teaching from there a few times, a few months actually. We were teaching from there, but we got that place, and then COVID hit. And when COVID hit, nobody was going to nobody's house, and nothing could happen. So we, again, we did what we did. We used the studio. We lectured and did our thing within the house. But that whole idea of what the building was meant for never really materialized on a larger level, never really materialized. So we knew we were going to teach. We knew we were going to turn the volume up on the Temple of Hip Hop and on these weekly teachings. We knew that. But then COVID hit. And COVID hit, kind of threw everybody off. We stayed teaching, but you couldn't come anywhere. You couldn't go. And of course, shout out to those who did come. Lifted, Pascal, Minister Zinneru, and others that came through. Actually spent some time with us, did some work. It was great. But that was it. And so now, where COVID's, we're getting some kind of relief now. Cases are going down and people are vaccinated and this, that, and the other. Now, the concerts are happening again. Tours are coming back now. Hopefully the cruise ships will be happening again. I can get back on the sea, this kind of thing. It's very difficult, to come here now and, and not difficult to do this. This is my life. But to be amongst people who, they don't really take this seriously. They don't take it seriously. So you give the lesson, and you could feel like you're wasting your time giving this lesson, because when you're living the life, when you're really living the life out, when you're really living the life, and you talk to people who say, yeah, but they don't really get it. They didn't get it. They go, yes, I understand. But then they go, right, like you say, yo, to really see what I'm saying, you're going to have to change your language. Well, what do you mean? Well, take words like I can't and I hate out of your vocabulary. Never say them. I don't, I can't, I hate. Just start there. And they go, man, I can't. It's like I'm stuck. It's like, okay, how am I supposed to speak if I can't say, how am I supposed to speak if I don't? And you have to, and that's the lesson. No, that's the lesson. That's the homework. Learn how to speak without can't, don't, won't, hate, these things in your vocabulary. Learn how to speak like, and say, I hate doing it. Take that out of your vocabulary and say, I dislike, or it's uncomfortable for me. And this starts it. This starts the speeding up of your vibration. This begins it. Know this, the closer you arrive to your, I'm on paragraph 20. Know this, the closer you arrive to your source, the oneness, the faster you shall vibrate, intensifying your light energy until your flesh is completely consumed in it. Such speeds and awareness give one a considerable advantage over the illusionary traps and obstacles of the physical world. Through different speeds, levels of awareness, the attuned hip-hopper travels through different speeds, levels of light energy, affecting and manipulating the people, places, things, and circumstances of the physical world. The same concept can be applied to time and space. Time and space are really two aspects of the same thing. Commonly, such a reality is called space-time. Space-time is the reality in which we exist. It is believed to be absolute. However, our space-time reality responds to our perceptions of it. Let's underline that. Not the paragraph, just this part. It says, this part here that says, it is believed to be absolute. Space-time is absolute. It is our whole reality. However, our space-time reality responds. How does space and time respond? What the hell is that? Time can respond to you? Space-time reality. However, our space-time reality responds to our perception of it. How is that possible? Time and space responds to how I think about them? You need to sit here and really think about that. I can communicate with time based on how I perceive it. I can communicate with space. I mean, wait a minute. You mean to tell me, however, our space-time reality responds to our perceptions of it, our perception of it. So how I'm looking at time and space is how they looking at me. In fact, all I'm looking at is my perception. Boomerang back to me. I'm bouncing off time. So what is age? A perception. We're told that we're supposed to die at 70. We're now told that we're supposed to live to 100. Well, tell yourself it's 250 now, and what do you get? Tell yourself you're going to live forever, and what do you get? Our perception of time is what time is for us. Our perception of space is what space is for us. How do you perceive time and space then? How do you perceive your environment? How do you perceive yourself? Space-time reality is in the eye of the beholder. Everyone has their own inner clock that measures time, and everyone has their own inner ruler that measures space. Yet the total space-time dimension remains the same for everyone. It is like two people with one knife, each about to slice up the same loaf of bread. No matter how they decide to carve up the bread, there is still only one loaf. Daily, we manipulate time, space, and light in the same way. Sort of like flour or even water. For example, flour is the source of a variety, the powdered flour, not flour. But flour is the source of a variety of breads, crackers, cakes, cookies, etc. All of these items are indeed different, but the binding essence of them all is the same. In this example, flour is light energy. Did you hear this? They are cookies, cakes, crackers, bread, but it's all made by flour. Flour is the symbol of light. You got human, car, clothes, bird, all light. Just like water, as another example, you can freeze water, steam water, or allow it to remain in liquid form. But whether it's ice, steam, or liquid, water is water. In fact, it would be very accurate to see your physical body as a glass made of ice, light, with your spirit, more light, being poured into the glass as a semi-hot water. Your thoughts, more light, are the steam, and the very light or heat of you, spirit, melts away at the physical body, the glass made of light, the glass made of ice or more light. Look at what God is doing with light. If you can see light as water, okay, God is making a ice glass. God is making like a glass of ice and pouring hot water in it to see the steam. So it's like there's ice, liquid, steam. But it's one thing. It's all one thing. The ice, the steam, and the liquid in the ice is one thing. It's just how you are using this one thing. What an artistic mind this is. To take something like water and make it ice, then make it hot and put it in the ice so we can see the steam. And then use the steam as something else, because you know steam hits engines. That's a force. Steam is a force of nature. Steam. And then there's ice. And then there's water itself. We're 98% water. And I know we look solid, but all this solid is really water. We're living water. So why can't you communicate to water if you water? If you 98% water, shouldn't you be able to talk to water? Shouldn't you be able to make it rain? Shouldn't you be able to feel the rain? You are more water than you are solid flesh. So why are you not communicating with fish? In fact, your body is sea water. The intelligence of the sea, you have it in you. Why are we not talking to the sea? We just cut this part of us off. We just, because of our perception of who we think we are. You don't see yourself as seawater. You don't see yourself as a sea creature. We call ourselves earth creatures. And 70% of the earth is water. But we perceive that earth is land. We say land, sea, and air. That's the same as saying water, ice, and steam. How do you perceive this? How you perceive it is going to determine the ability you have with it, on it, over it, in it. How you perceive yourself determines the abilities you're going to have in reality. Do you hear what I'm saying? Here, if you have the ear to hear it, hear what I'm saying. Your perception of yourself creates the reality you're going to experience as yourself. So why not think of yourself as a genius? Why not think of yourself as the greatest, the most high? Think of yourself as this. Not arrogance, but making the most of yourself based on your belief of yourself. And how do you believe on yourself? Your principles, creating your values, focusing you up to what's real. Paragraph 27. Everything is light energy, whether it is solid, gas, liquid, or other. All is vibrating light energy, whether it's people, places, circumstances, or thing. All is still light. Notice what I just said. People, places, circumstances, or things, all light. When you realize, value yourself as light, and when you realize, value everything you see as light, you will see the oneness of everything as different forms of light. Then such an awareness of oneness, different forms of light. With such an awareness of oneness, the seventh sense. The attuned hip-hopper exists in harmony with the cycles and patterns of the universe itself. The attuned hip-hopper has freed his mind and can now see, sense, God. Know this, the strength of a free mind is in not, we're going to highlight 28. The attuned hip-hopper has freed his mind and can now see, sense, God. Notice that sense, to see is to sense is to see. There is different, and we're not talking about eyesight, we're talking about being sight. Your being can see, and it sees differently from how the eyes see. The attuned hip hopper has freed his mind and her mind and can now see, sense God. Know this, the strength of a free mind is in not knowing what it cannot do. An uninstitutionalized mind is free to really think and create. It doesn't know what it can't do. Let's get this. Let's get this. Matter of fact, go ahead and get 29. Damn, gotta get it. 28 and 29. These are the jewels of life. You better hear what I'm saying. I'm gonna hit you with it again. The attuned hip hopper has freed his mind and can now see, sense God. This is how you talk to God. It's how you see God. You sense God. Know this, the strength of a free mind. Look at the strength. We're talking about guidance, protection, and strength. The strength of a free mind is in not knowing what it cannot do. I don't know what I can't do. This is what created hip hop. We didn't know that we couldn't. An uninstitutionalized mind is free to really think and create. When you uninstitutionalize, you can really free. I'm gonna tell you here. Here's the controversial statement right here, but I gotta speak truth. An uninstitutionalized mind is free to really think and create. That means when you drop out of school, you get smarter. You get more creative. I'm only gonna say that one time. Leave it alone. Let's move on. It doesn't know what it can't do. A free mind, an uninstitutionalized mind doesn't know what it can't do. See, look at the wording of this. Doesn't know what it can't do. That's what we're being taught through education, through culture, through everything. Don't do this. You can't do that. You're not this. You're limited. You're this. A free mind, I don't know that I can't. Like, I don't even have the can't in my mouth. I don't even know what that is. I'm just going to do this. Like, I don't know that I can't create a temple for hip hop. I don't know that I can't. So I'm just going to do it. Like, I don't know that we can't do this. For when your mind is, and this is the other part now, for when your mind is truly free, for when your mind is truly free and in harmony with the intentions of the universe, your thinking, your speaking, and your actions all unconsciously match the mathematics and patterns of the universe itself. Unconsciously. That's the other 95% in the dark, unconscious. Consciousness is light. Unconsciousness is the darkness. Unconsciously match the mathematics and patterns of the universe itself. It's like the universe plays with you, advises you, and walks with you throughout the day like another person that you can actually rely upon. And this is what really gets the work done effortlessly, and effortlessly in the gospel is spelled in all capital letters because that's how important this is. Effortlessly. You're not even doing anything and the money's falling. You're not even doing anything and the health is there. Like I read earlier, it's your natural thing. I come home, I wash my hands, I put on the thing. It's natural for me to just do it like that. Now the pandemic. Like, you unconsciously, I wasn't trying to avoid the pandemic. It's just unconscious. It's a habit now. I just do this. For as a teacher, you will always be an activist and a helper of the lost. On behalf of God, we literally sacrifice our peace at times. Here we go. This is the painful piece right here. On behalf of God, we literally sacrifice our peace at times for the sake of the world's maturity. I don't even like reading that, okay? Because I'm living in it right now. I got to sacrifice my peace for the sake of the world's maturity. Right now, I got to give this lesson right now, as opposed to being on the coast of Malibu. I got a nice restaurant there called Gladstone's. We got a free meal there last time we were there. Nice fish, lobster laid out, the sangria. Come on, man. I'm in Atlanta. It's 32 degrees here. Trees look crazy. Sun blocked. We in Atlanta, we doing it. is what it is. Come on, there's other places in the world to go. And that's what knowledge does to you too. Once you know there's someplace else to go, you want to go there. But now you're trapped here. And not trapped. I'm adhering to my responsibilities as teacher. I need to be here right now. I need to be in Atlanta. I need to be on the East Coast right now to get these lessons done, to get this done, for real hip hop to be represented in front of the right people too. A lot of business over here on the East Coast. You know, not business, not just music business, but business. You know, New York is still one of the financial capitals of the world still. You know, a lot of business going on, a lot of influence on the East Coast. In the mountains of California, not a lot of influence going on out there. A lot of peace out there, a lot of good eating out there, a lot of sunshine, you know, out there, you know, and it's good living. You know, so when you study stuff like this, you say, yo, I want to pick up my whole family and go live out where the sun is and where the good food is and the wine's getting poured. And God says, shut up and get back to work. All of that will come to you. You know it's there. The reason you know it's there because you was already there. So, and you already enjoyed it. And you already enjoyed all of this. Now you're being spoiled, Chris. Get back to work. So here I am. And I'm back to work. So I'm back over here on the East Coast, freezing cold. And I haven't been over here in years. And I'm freezing. And I'm here. I should show you my coat. I can't reach it. So I'm in these, and I got all types of sheepskins, and I'm trying to stay as warm as I can. But this is what it is. On behalf of God, we literally sacrifice our peace at times for the sake of the world's maturity. And you got to know that too. You got to know that too. There's going to be places you could go, and you know you can go. You can afford to go. You could go, but you can't go. Why? Because your family can't go. You can't go. Why? Because your job needs you. Your work needs you. You can't go. Why? Because you're relied upon in another area. Let me tell you, that's strengthening you. Don't think you're losing anything or giving up anything. You're being guided, protected, and strengthened. Let's read on. For the world's maturity. However, it is God, the unified field, and field, F-E-E-L, but field, the unified field of infinite possibilities is one of the interpretations of God in the gospel too. However, it is God, the unified field of infinite possibilities, that is actually doing the work. When you are aware of this, it shall be easier to deal with those who surround you with their worries, doubts, and fears. Imagine the Great Spirit has sent you, or rather sacrificed you, for the sake of your world. You are the light of your world. You are God's representative to all the people in your world, and they would be wise to listen to your advice. I'm talking about you. Well, listen to me right now. That paragraph is for you. For as far as your influence shall reach, so shall you be the light to all in your influence, the light to all in your influence. This is the meaning of self-sacrifice, and such sacrifice can only be performed by the lights of eternal mind. Know this, hip-hop spiritual practice has to do with becoming more spirit than flesh, more God than man, more God-like than man-like. It has to do with becoming more energy than matter, more principle than politics, more hip-hop than rap. Let's go ahead and get paragraph 32. Yeah, just 32. Highlight 32. And if you want, go ahead and underline this part right here where it says, know this, hip-hop spiritual practice has to do with becoming more spirit than flesh, more God-like than man-like. It has to do with becoming more energy than matter, more principle than politics, more hip-hop than rap. That is a very important line. Meditate on that. Knowing, feeling, and living in the great boundless cosmic event is the truth. Actually knowing without any doubt or fear that God is with you and that there is nothing after God, that there is only God projecting everything, that everything and everyone, good or evil, is connected and projected by the one great cosmic event, God. The attuned hip-hopper becomes the teacher, fully aware. That's the teacher. That's it. When this is the character right here. When you know that, and I know it, There ain't no doubt in my mind whatsoever. I've had a crazy experience in my life that tells me God is with you. As the teacher, the attuned hip-hopper sees the world beyond time and separation. For in the oneness of God, everything moves in harmony with your being. This is what it is. This is it right here, y'all. Everything is one. Everything is here. This awareness has been called knowledge of wholeness. This is already known. This has already been known for thousands of years. This is an ability of humanity. Knowledge of wholeness, where reality becomes a matter of what you allow to materialize, materially exist out of the great chaotic boundless event that surrounds you. Where you are. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me read that again. Knowledge of wholeness. This awareness has been called knowledge of wholeness, where reality becomes a matter of what you allow to materially exist out of the great chaotic boundless event that surrounds you, where you are a participant in the unfolding of life itself. Take some time to truly understand this. That's why, and you can see the emphasis that I'm putting on it in this book, because this is it. This is it right here. Okay. And I want to go ahead and say, underline it. Let's go ahead and get it. You're going to underline this. This awareness has been called knowledge of wholeness, where reality becomes a matter of what you allow to exist. Allow to materially exist out of the great chaotic boundless event that surrounds you, where you are a participant in the unfolding of life itself. Life don't just happen to you. You are a participant in what is happening to you. Take some time to truly understand this. Once the attuned hip-hopper realizes that there is really no then and now, this and that, him and her, them and us, that in reality, everything is happening in the oneness of the great now event, the attuned hip-hopper matures and begins to further create create the actual flow of reality itself. No event is wrong or bad if you live in a reality where all events and circumstances work out in your favor in the end. Life itself moves with the attuned hip-hopper. Life is moving with you. In his book, The Mystical Christ, Manly P. Hall, you should buy everything this man writes. Manly P. Hall puts it this way, quote, "It is difficult to explain such a term as knowledge of wholeness. The Greek mystics defined it as participation in causes, by which they meant soul awareness of the divine plan. As the intent and purpose of God is inwardly known, the consciousness is filled with a wonderful understanding that cannot be defined." Like, God is it, and that's what I mean about hip hop, the city. God already told me you're gonna build this city, and it's like, look at this. As the intent and purpose of God is inwardly known, the consciousness is filled with a wonderful understanding that you can't even define it. My consciousness is filled with this. Now, once you know God's inner plan and your consciousness is filled with it, you become a participant in what's about to happen. Oh man, let me hit you with this again. It is difficult to explain such a term as knowledge of wholeness. It's difficult. This is Manly P. Hall. He says it's difficult to explain this. The Greek mystics defined it as participation in causes. You're not supposed to be able to participate in a cause, especially not divine causes. Participation in causes, by which they meant soul awareness of the divine plan. Soul awareness of the divine plan. So you participate in the divine plan. And when you're participating in the divine plan, you're divine. Everything that's supposed to happen in the divine plan, the miracle, it's not like you're causing the miracle. It's that you are participating in the divine plan, so miracles are happening to you. You're in it. You are it. You're in it and you are it. Continuing. By adjusting your conscious awareness to the substance light that is all around you, you simply allow health, love, awareness, and wealth, people, food, the new car, house, clothing, etc., to effortlessly appear to your senses and the senses of others as needed. You can make these things appear to your senses or disappear or appear to the senses of others as needed. Life was not meant to be random. Such is caused by ignorance. Random life is caused by ignorance. You can plan your future. If you really and truly live the hip-hop spiritual life, then you can simply plan. So you can simply feel that you already have whatever you desire, and it shall eventually appear to you. It's really that simple. Try to feel how you would feel when you actually have the thing or things that you want. Thank God, divine intelligence, in advance for supplying you with all of your needs. Expect and respect what you do. Know this, spiritual power comes not just to truly walk in power, we must also perceive in our God. To believe is to trust, but to perceive is to become aware. What you saying, someone?
Can you just back up to thank God real quick?
Thank God. I'll say it every day. I have no problem backing up and saying that. Thank God, divine intelligence, in advance for your supplying, for supplying you with all of your needs. And what are we talking about? We're coming off of, you could plan your future. If you really and truly live the hip-hop life, this hip-hop spiritual life, then you can simply feel that you already have what you desire, and it shall eventually appear to you. It's really that simple. Try to feel how you would feel when you actually have the thing or things that you want. Thank God, divine intelligence, in advance for supplying you with all of your needs. Expect and respect what you desire. Know this, spiritual power comes not with just. Let me say it again. Know this, spiritual power comes not with just believing in your God. To truly walk in power, we must also perceive in our God. To believe is to trust, but to perceive is to become aware. You could believe in your God, but until you perceive through your God nature, your true spiritual power shall remain undeveloped. To achieve what God has for us, we must see the world through God's eye. We must perceive in or through God. After we believe that there is a substance, event, spirit, commonly referred to as God, we must take the next step to perceive ourselves working through that substance, event, spirit. And notice the spellings of the gods that I'm talking about. As the teacher, the attuned hip-hopper recognizes the value of God projecting light as the physical world. Look at it. As the teacher, the attuned hip-hopper recognizes the value of God projecting light as the physical world. Light is the physical world. God is projecting the physical world. Whether the seasons of life appear to be temporarily favorable or disappointing, the teacher recognizes only the source of all things, light energy, as credible, not its effects. Cars, clothing, food, jewelry, etc. are all temporary effects. They are not original things. They flicker and spark for a moment and then they are gone. Only the one God is permanent. Many people believe that God exists, but they do not perceive themselves within such an existence. Let me say that again. Many people believe that God exists, but they do not perceive themselves within such an existence. They do not operate within the reality of their own God force. They operate within their own perceived reality, separate from their God force. They believe in God, but they do not perceive through God. Hip-hoppers must mature beyond this level of spiritual understanding. However, one of the main reasons why many hip-hoppers do not graduate past their beliefs of God is because to really see God and begin living from your God nature, you have to be shown your God nature through a series of trials, tests, and tribulations. And not many people are willing to go through such experiences in order to see the strength of their own God force. Remember, Pharaoh's army, and this is a Bible reference, Pharaoh's army has to be chasing you down into the sea in order for you to see that you could split the sea and walk right through it. This is the story of Moses. It is within battle and adversity that you truly see and experience your God nature, for there are real divine forces that protect the elect of God, but you won't ever discover them until you are put in some dangerous or compromising position. As long as you are protected and living in perfect peace, you will not know what you are really capable of. Listen to this. Face your fears. Debate your doubts and diss your disbeliefs. I think Zen might have said this. Somebody in the temple said this years ago, and I just put it in. I'm going to give the credit to Minister Zenaru, but there was others that were there. But I think Zen said this. Debate your doubts and diss your disbeliefs. If you cannot do this, you cannot grow spiritually. This is how many truth seekers become cowards. It is because they know the truth, but they don't yet actually live the truth. To live the truth of one's being, one must display a sense of courage. One must be tested for the validity and strength of such a being. I am the greatest live MC of all time. Did I just say that? Or write that? I am the greatest live MC of all time, and so I am often tested on this claim. Jealous producers, envious rappers, and disinterested sound engineers often attempt to sabotage my performances and undermine my sound quality. Yes, some of our most celebrated rap icons do try and have tried to sabotage KRS-One's live performances. This is the truth. Yes, the promoters do try to cut corners and penny pinch when it comes to sound requirements, sound equipment. And yes, they do lie about the amount of equipment and hospitality they are providing. Son One can attest to this one. Yes, the sound does cut off. Yes, the microphones do go out. I think just the other day when we did the show, I blew the monitors out. Again, yes, the sound does cut off. Yes, the microphones do go out. Yes, fights break out in the audience. Yes, all kinds of things can and do go wrong, but the teacher is unaffected. In fact, it is here that the teacher begins to see and experience his own strength and divine abilities. Hear me now. Hear me. I've been conspired against and disappointed so many times by my own hip-hop peers that now I've come to see it for what it really is. Many are simply afraid of my skill. However, many more simply don't understand it. It's like they enjoy putting obstacles in my way just to see me overcome them, or they try to prove me wrong about something so that they may appear knowledgeable. Others are just plain afraid of me. And they are afraid because I have a history of battling other rappers. And yes, I am vicious for my time. It doesn't matter who's on the show with me. KRS is usually the last one to go on. I am usually the headliner. And I say this with humility. And I do. I'm saying this with humility. I'm trying to, at least. However, having such a reputation as a live MC, being the greatest MC of my time, does have its drawbacks. And this is what I'm trying to say here. When you are the best in your field, others will try their best to undermine your skill and even sabotage your performances. But if you are truly who you say that you are, all of their trying will only aid you in the pursuit of your own excellence and the achievement of your own purpose. Tell me I ain't living that right now. As I fix my thinking cap. Tell me I ain't living that right now. Right now. Dudes done tried to sabotage. They done tried to badmouth. They done tried to scandalize. They done tried, but guess who's standing today? Dudes done tried to deny. Well, Chrissy ain't all that. We could. It's this guy too. And it's this guy over here too. And it's her. And it's them. And yeah. Yeah, they tried it all. They tried it all. And then God comes. Not me. God comes and says, no, I heard what all of y'all said, but I'm going to take my son and put him where he's supposed to be, which is not on top with money and this and that. No, he's supposed to be in the culture. He's supposed to be in the culture, teaching the culture. And in order for him to do that, I need to put him on verses. In order for him to do that, I need him to drop 4 albums in 4 years. In order for him to do that, I need him to go back to the beginning. Don't fall for it. Black, black, black. In order for my word, my divine plan to be heard, this guy over here calls himself KRS-ONE. He seems to sense the divine plan. So because he senses the divine plan, he gets divine abilities to manifest that plan. Don't think that I'm who I am because I can rap. Everybody can rap, okay? Nah, we dealing with another knowledge. We dealing with another knowledge, another way to perceive life, perceive reality, and we're living it out in your face right now. If I was a doctor, I'd be the top doctor. If I was a lawyer, I'd be winning cases every day. You hear about it. This is how God's people, this is how it is. Your neighborhood hears about it. It ain't like you God, you God, you a divine being and nobody know about it. You a divine being in your house. You're a divine. Now, when you're a divine being, your family knows it. Your neighborhood knows it. Your community knows it. Your job, the people you around, they know it. They feel it, and your actions and things that are happening around you, they see it. And they say, we got to be part of that. We got to be part of that. And others who don't see it, they say, who the fuck this guy think he is? Who do you think he is? He ain't nobody. He's just that dude. And they're right. They're right. Because God's elect, those that God elects, we look just as normal as everybody else. And why is that the case? Because the message is you're elected too. Don't think God's going to come to some dude that don't look like you and don't talk like you. No. My anointing is not just for me. My anointing is for all. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't just look at my words, look at my life. Don't just hear the words, hear the life. Speaking spiritually, we're looking at the life. So look at the life. If I'm not who I say I am, if I'm not doing the manifestation of what's written, I could be doing something else and it's not written. It could be written and I could be doing something else. But no, I'm matching the gospel that I'm teaching. I match it because that's what I teach. I teach what I do. I teach who I am. I teach what we are. I teach what hip hop is. There's no way around it. This is what it is. So these peers, let me come down here. It's like they enjoy putting obstacles in my way just to see me overcome them. Or they try to prove me wrong about something so that they may appear knowledgeable. Others are just plain afraid of me. And they are afraid because I have a history of battling other rappers. I have a history. And yes, I am vicious for my time. I get down. Y'all know what it is. It doesn't matter who's on the show with me. KRS-ONE is usually the last one to go on. I'm not, none of these are lies. I am usually the headliner. And I say this with humility. However, having such a reputation as a live MC, being the greatest MC of my time, does have its drawbacks. And this is what I'm trying to say here. When you are the best in your field, others will try their best to undermine your skill and even sabotage your performances. But if you are truly who you say that you are, all of their trying will only aid you in the pursuit of your own excellence and the achievement of your own purpose. The teacher battles with the intent to correct the opposing force. The teacher battles with knowledge and awareness. Knock them out the box, Chris. That's knowledge and awareness. We ain't trying to diss nobody, but we're going to talk that truth. We're going to talk that truth. We never invite confrontation, ever. We are not that. However, adversity actually strengthens us. As truth seekers, we must never be afraid to confront adversity and sabotage head on, knowing that we truly are who we claim to be. When you are truly who you claim to be, your being effortlessly operates above the effects of any low-level attack. You are the correction. You are actually there to put an end to the ignorance attempting to sabotage and or criticize you. Do you understand that? Because a lot of times as spirit beings, we get the adversity and we go to God. God, why is this happening to me? But you don't realize, no, wait a minute. You walk in a hip-hop spiritual path. The hip-hop spiritual path, when the adversity comes, it's coming because it needs to get knocked the fuck out. That's what needs to happen. This dude's running out. This dude that ran up on 5, 6 different other people, used them, abused them, did all type of craziness. God done seen that and said, you know what? I got somebody you need to run up on. His name is KRS-ONE. Run up on him talking that stupid. Okay. Chris. And you get your nose put in the back of your head. And you're like, oh, wait a minute. I thought you would stop the violence. I am stopping the violence. You're violent and I'm stopping it. That's it. I thought it was self-destruction. It is self-destruction. You're destroying yourself. Let me help you with this ass whipping. Yeah, this is a hip-hop ministry. This ain't no Christian. This ain't no Jew. This ain't no Buddhist. No, we'll kick your fucking ass here. Here. No, here? You're not coming up and talking that nonsense. We street. Nah, it don't happen here. And catch it. God is with it. God is with this. You come here talking that stupid talk. Like a lot of these dudes to come around talking that stupid talk. And they talking stupid talk to all these other rappers and these DJs, punking them. Tell all out their mouth. Got your name in their mouth. They talking. You don't see them talk about no KRS, right? you don't hear that, right? You don't hear that. You'll hear 1 or 2 idiots behind a computer. You'll see them type up some old crazy, oh, fuck KRS, blah, 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 blah. But when we in the hood for real, and my goons is with us,
You can't even get 10, you can't even get 20 feet in front of me. And if you happen to be there, I hope you hold it, because I hold cruise strap. So what are you saying? So don't come around the man of God thinking it's Jesus of Nazareth. No. You're watching the wrong movie. You need to watch Scarface. Okay, that's hip-hop spirituality over there. Okay, don't come in my house thinking, say hello to my little friend, which is this. Say hello to my little friend. Okay, we will kick your ass with divine abilities. And that's what I'm teaching here today. We come to the end. We're coming to the end now. We're coming to the end here. But the point here, and of course, we're going to continue next week with track 2. You can see it here. But let me leave you with this. Don't be no coward. Don't be no coward. And cowardice doesn't always mean fighting, like physical fighting. That's not what this means. This means don't let the devil punk you. The devil loves punking God's people. Love it. You get a kick out of that. Oh, you God? Let me punk you. Ah! Oh, you the greatest of all time, MC. Let me give you a mic with no batteries in it. So I could put the mic down and rhyme with no mic. Live to the crowd. People see me do, they was amazed. Mic all crazy. I throw the mic down, be like, yo, let me rhyme to you just like this off the edge of the stage. We don't need no mic. We don't need no technology. My mouth is the technology. Rhyme right off the edge of the stage in front of 1,000 people with no mic. Amazed. They ran out of there amazed. Why? Because the divinity is on me. You tried to hand me a mic. It was whack, and you knew it was whack. And you thought it was going to trip me up. But what happened? God projected my voice across the whole room. You was amazed. The crowd was amazed. And even coming out my mouth, I was amazed. Yeah. But this happened a few times. Crowd, music shut off. How the music shut off? We in the middle of talking that conscious talk. Music was on. All the music was on for bitches and hoes. All the music was on. Minute KRS, now the music shut off. I'm standing on stage now with just a mic, and the music can't come on. The engineer's scurrying. All the bitch and hoe music was playing the whole time. Now KRS come with the consciousness. They can't get the music on, but the mic's still on. Y'all heard something called freestyle? Y'all want to hear freestyle? Let me hear you say freestyle. Oh, the cipher gets so gully and ugly, okay? Dudes don't even want to hear music no more. Promoter, come back. The music's back on, Chris. Okay, go ahead. We in this acapella right now, and dudes is feeling it. 7,000 people feeling it. Let's go. No, don't let adversity take your spirit. Let adversity show you what your spirit is. And sometimes you'll be shocked your own self. You know, like I was shocked many times. I played it off. I was like, God, you are magnificent. You are the ultimate. You are just magnificent. Because I was stuck. They thought they had me. All the acts the limo was supposed to pick up all the acts. It's raining outside. The limo comes. I'm the last one to go on. So all the limo drivers leave. They said, we thought we took the last act. How you took the last act and I'm headlining? I'm the last act. All the bands are gone. Everything's gone. Now what, you gonna call me an Uber now? I'm headlining the whole show. All the limousines, all the vans are gone. You gonna call me an Uber now? Wow, this is how I gotta live. This is how I got. Well, Chris, we know. My rider says I'm supposed to have a limousine. I'm supposed to have a van. I'm supposed to have my van. You're supposed to provide this for my transportation. Well, Chris, we sorry, but now the show over. Now we got the money. Now we done got it. Now I don't need to mess with you no more. Now headliner, this happens too. And now we stuck. Promoter gone. His assistant's talking now. Money gone. Box office gone. And the assistant talking. You ain't got no transportation. You in the middle somewhere. What happens? Your culture happens. All of a sudden, some dude rolls up who was in the show. Has the van, the exact van that you were supposed to be in. Pulls up. Yo, Chris, what's up? You need a ride? Hell yeah, I got my whole crew. Yo, everybody get in. this my nigga right here. Yo, Chris, all I need is a photo, but I'll take you anywhere. Yo. Promoter standing on the outside. Now I'm jumping into fly shit for free. For free. Jump in with the fans. We beach. Cypher may break out again in the van. We getting it in. Or he wants a photo. This happened to me so many times. Situations, vans late, taking multiple acts. I take an alternative transportation. There was a time I took a police car. Look, there was no more transportation, Chris. Is he a cop? Is that a cop over there? Yeah, he got a car, right? Yeah. Let's go. Cop like, yo, word. KRS, let's go. Turn the lights on. Woo, woo, woo. Take me right to my hotel room. I'm not stuck on the limo. I'm not stuck on the van. So now you try to sabotage by not taking care of me the way I'm supposed to get taken care of, but you don't realize the whole reality is mine. The whole reality is mine. If you keep talking, I'll take your car. You won't even know how I got in your car. Suddenly, your keys to your car will be in my pocket. Like, you'll realize, I'll be like, yo, I got these keys in my pocket. I don't even know how they got here. Somebody handed me the keys. And like, yo, that's my keys. I was looking. How I get the keys to your car? Because you wasn't going to drive me, and God already gave me the keys to your car. This is the life I'm living right now. Right now. Right now. Miracle after miracle. I don't even call it miracle. I just call it my daily life. Or as they say in the book, participation in causes. Participation in causes. And this is how I could talk about it. This is how I could read and teach about it, because I'm living it right now. Dudes run up on you trying to talk that yang. You don't even have to fight. Really? The universe is already aggravated. And as a matter of fact, sometimes the universe brings you people to get knocked out, to bring them right to their knees. And you think, man, you know what? It's wrong. I'm supposed to be, if you walking with God, you're supposed to be about peace, love. You ain't supposed to be, all that, you with God, you're supposed to be. That's bullshit. All that is bullshit. When you really walking with God, you live on the edge and you see how God does things. Don't get in the way of divine principles. Even myself, this is what's called the fear of God. Don't get in the way of divine principles. It's better you link with them. It's better you have some awareness of divine. When your soul knows what God is doing, when the inward you knows what God is doing, and you link with it, you rise to it, you respond to God, then God responds to you. The universe, nature, and God is only going to do what you do. If you don't respond to God, God won't respond to you. You respond to God, God responds to you. You take on a divine mission, you become divine. This is the simple, it's really just that simple. So like I said, it was a short read, but a long lesson. And it's a long lesson because this lesson is very important. You have abilities that you don't even know about. You have abilities that you don't even know about. And you got to be courageous enough to pull those abilities out of you. Pull those abilities out of you. Sometimes people are in your face for you to pull them abilities out. Sometimes people are not in your face. You feel alone so that you can pull the ability out. But pull the ability out. Pull it out of you. You are a divine being. This is the beginning of endarkenment. Remember what we talked about at the beginning. Only 5% of reality is light. The other 95% is dark matter and dark energy. The Bible confirms God said, let there be light. Then where was God? This is the point to this beginning endarkenment. Endarkenment. What is endarkenment? It's to go dark. It's to not be seen. In fact, the invisible is the dark. The spirit is the dark. Anything dark is out of the light. But we know that the whole universe is dark. So what is this light? This light is the prison. This light is the holographic prison that we are in. And I say a prison in a good way because you just can't get out of it until you realize there's more to it. And it's all mind. It's all about mind. It's about your perception. And to change your perception is difficult, especially if you've been taught 30 years to perceive things in a certain way. Slow down. Get a new affirmation. Stop saying I can't, I don't, I won't, I hate. Start saying I can, I will, I do, and I love. Start thinking about your thinking. Why am I thinking about this? Why do I have to think about this right now? Start managing yourself, managing your thoughts, managing your your emotions. Manage them. Don't get rid of them. Manage them. Put the right emotion to the right event. That's what this lesson is today. It's a long lesson, but it's good. And take it in. We're going to get deeper. It's going to get even harder now. It's going to get even harder. I even urge you guys before we come into next week, check out Einstein's work. He has DVDs out on general relativity, the life of Albert Einstein. He has work on general relativity and special relativity, the two theories of light and the planets in motion and all of this stuff that he's dealing with, gravity that he's dealing with. Go brush up on special relativity, brush up on the general relativity. You can look on your phone, just say, what is general relativity? And let them give you a quick explanation. What is special relativity? Let them give you an answer on that. Watch a DVD on Albert Einstein's experiments, E=mc². Know what that means. The speed of light, energy and matter at the speed of light. Realize what that really is, because that's what reality really is. We're closer to what reality really is when you start going in that direction. Quantum mechanics, quantum fields. Start really looking into that. Like I said, What the Bleep is a good movie. What the Bleep Do We Know is a good movie. The Secret is another good movie. And Waking Life is another good movie as well. These talk about quantum things in a real sense, in a real way that you can get it without all this other jargon. It breaks it down for you to really get it and understand what reality really is and how you can control your life. You can make your life into whatever you want it to be. I made my life into rap and philosophy, and that's what I'm living. I'm living my dreams. I'm literally living my dreams. You know, you hear about it all the time, but you never see these people. Well, hopefully you're seeing one of these people right now. They say, free your mind, but no one ever tells you how to do that. We're doing it now. Here's how you free your mind. And a lot of it has to do with leaving school. You know, even if you're in school, leaving that, like relying upon only that as your reality. You know, that Christopher Columbus discovered America shit, that, you know, is your only reality. I can only perceive through the five senses, and maybe I have an intuition. You got to snap out of it. You got like 17, 18 senses. You're in multiple dimensions of you. You're in a multiverse. Now, scientists are talking about a multiverse. Universe is old. One universe? No, it's a multiverse. At least 17 different yous are doing things in 17 different dimensions. This is what we're talking about now, y'all. You can't keep thinking about that old way of thinking. Think about that. We're talking about aliens now. And why we use the word alien? No, we're talking about other beings now coming to the planet, if not already here, coming from inner space to outer space to where we are right now. We're going in there. We're doing time traveling as well. Scientists are realizing that some of the UFOs that we are seeing is us coming back from the future. These are real theories people are coming up with, and they're real. Like, you know, math is saying this. Experiments are saying that. Evidence is pointing to this, like that. And we still thinking Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse and the Tooth Fairy? Nah, you're going to have to wake up. And this is what wake up means. Advance your intelligence. Advance your understanding. Learn. Keep feeding your brain with real facts and real information that's going on. Pick up a science magazine every once in a while. Pick up a health magazine every once in a while. You know, tune into C-SPAN and the PBS channel. Tune into these things and look at the nature channels and see when they talk about the fox comes out of his hole and looks for something to eat. Look at that. They're dropping mad knowledge about human nature, about how nature works, the possibilities of nature. They're teaching all of that, but only a certain character is going to value that. Only certain principles expect to watch something like that. Everybody else is looking at the wives of Newark, New Jersey, or some stupid, the wives of Atlanta. You stuck on stupid. So you want to look and see what Katie said to Barry, and how did Janie meet Maggie, and the waste of your mind, total waste of your mind. You could be setting yourself up in paradise. And instead, we worried about a vote. Now, of course, I'm with voting. Let me not say that. Of course, I'm definitely with voting for the right person. We should vote for Ras Baraka. Anybody in the sound of my voice right now, if you in Newark, New Jersey, go vote for Ras Baraka this year and Do It All. I know him as Do It All. He's running for councilman. You remember the group Lords of the Underground? Yeah, my dude Do It All, the MC Do It All. He's running for city council of Newark, New Jersey, and that needs to be supported by hip hop. So I'm a staunch critic of voting and democracy, or really political science altogether. But in this instance, where voting matters, it matters on that local level, especially like city councilman. Come on, Do It All gets in there. That's closer to the hip hop city, and he knows about the hip hop city and supports it. So this is like, come on, let's get Do It All as city council. Mayor Ras Baraka. And Amiri Baraka, Midi, brothers there running Newark. Come on, this is we're closer to the hip hop city, So vote, vote for these guys. Vote for a politician who's gonna do something for you, do something for your posterity, but more importantly, even and more respectfully, do vote for those politicians that are actually doing work. And that's what I like about Newark, New Jersey. I'm not going to dwell on this long, but Newark, New Jersey is really coming up. You know what I'm saying? American Express is over at Newark Airport trying to build that out. The Fashion Institute just came to Newark, New Jersey as well. They're trying to create entertainment, nightlife in Newark, New Jersey. I'm bucking for that position as well for Newark, New Jersey, for the city of Newark. You know what I'm saying? Entertainment. They got Newark Symphony Hall. They're trying to redo Newark Symphony Hall, bring more shows to that. You know what I'm saying? Newark is coming up. I'm trying to see the Temple of Hip Hop there in Newark, New Jersey, because it's another hip hop city. We talked about this before. Latifah out of there, Redman out of there, Naughty by Nature, everybody, East Orange, everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's right over the bridge by New York, Newark, New Jersey. I used to get money in Newark, Club Sensations, Zanzibar. These are huge hip hop historical places that help with the culture. So again, I'm just coming off with that just from a cultural point of view, but we could be voting right there. Support, and if you can't vote because you don't live there, whatever, support the mayor. Support the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, because I've voiced my plan to him, and he's with it. So if he wins, we win. That's how you vote. That's how you vote. If you win, I win. So, get involved, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Get involved. Don't just look at my criticisms and say that's the end all be all, because it's not. Get involved. Get involved politically. Get involved spiritually. Get involved in your community. You think it's nothing, but it is everything. You think you nobody, but you everybody. You are the person. You are the light of your world. You are the light of your world. Never forget this, especially if you're on this call right now. You have something to teach other people, starting with your own family. Branch out to your friends, to your community, job, whatever. Branch out. Don't be afraid of hip hop. Don't be ashamed to say that hip hop is divine. God has blessed us. Don't be afraid of that. Don't be ashamed of that. Go boldly before people like I do. I go boldly. People know what I'm about. I walk with my gospel. That's it. KRS-ONE, you know what it is. He thinks hip hop is a religion. You goddamn right. He thinks hip hop is a nation. You goddamn right. He thinks hip hop is the salvation of the world. You goddamn right. Don't get it twisted. That's what I think. Okay. So those that are on this call, feel free to think the same way. Feel free to think the same way, because we build in our culture. We're not going to allow corporations to take our culture and manipulate our children's mind. Sure, that's out there, but we out there too. And when it comes to hip hop, we at the top of our field. So we ain't struggling. We ain't broke. We ain't poor. We ain't sick. We're not none of that. Look at me right now. I'm chilling. Straight up and down. The beast is in me right now. The lion is growling right now. I'm about to go bite somebody. An MC, I'm looking for somebody to talk that shit. So straight up bite their neck. Okay, this is what it is. And I give you this spirit. I give you this spirit. Not a fighting spirit, a courageous spirit. Not a haughty, I'm all into me spirit. No, a confident spirit based on skill and principles. We live our principles, we display our skill. Who's stepping to us? Who? Nobody. Certainly not the devil. So take that attitude in it. Take that attitude and you take it. It's contagious. Take that attitude with you right now. This is what it is. We are hip hop. We are not just doing hip hop. We are hip hop. That's it. I'm getting ready to break out right now, as you know. This is the Temple of Hip Hop, as we always say. There's a ministry, archive, school, and society. Son One's going to take us out with some closing remarks. Big up to G. Simone. Shout out to Minister Zenaru. Shout out to Desire One. Big up to everybody involved, lifted, involved with the calendar, everyone involved with the calendar, and so on. Those that tune in every week, thank you. And I thank you for tuning in every week because it's my honor and privilege to serve you in the way that I do now. I can't be the teacher without a student, without an apprentice, and I can't be an effective teacher unless you grow to be more than me even. I'm the first. The second and third has to be better or we have not progressed. So hopefully you're learning this, you're seeing this, you're taking it in, and you're going to be a better teacher than KRS-ONE because that's how we move forward. So there it is. And I'm out of here. Thank you and good day, y'all.
Thank you, teacher. Appreciate you. First, we gonna throw that up right there real quick. Let you guys know what it is. This is what it is. These have been sent out to those in the United States. These calendars right here, the fly shit. Right here, you know what it is. Dope. And when you mark it up to plan your future, make sure you get like a silver or a gold Sharpie in order to put it down because it is all black. So you see it right there. Also, to those who are international, if you can, it'll speed us up for you to send an extra $15 because that's what it seems to be about the shipping price that I got from Minister Zenaru. Minister Zenaru is handling all of the shipping to overseas or wherever you may be internationally that is not a part of the United States. So hopefully it doesn't cost any more than $15. But again, that's what it is. And if you can't give the $15, unfortunately, please hit us back and we'll keep note of you for when we're able to just send some out. But we will return your money. Because essentially we're going to lose money by sending them. So if you just send your 15 extra, we'll make sure that we get those to you ASAP. Minister Zenaru, shout out to you for holding that down. In accordance with today's lecture class reading, I like to just give a personal testimony myself. As I say, almost every every overstanding that we have. If you want to know how Minister Son One became Minister Son One, it was this right here, which I'm starting to see. It was the application of the entire gospel, which really put it down. But understand that, or these were my intentions. Even my intentions at a young age. I used to play with certain things of my mind, really in accordance with what teacher was talking about today. I used to have a thing where I knew that if there was anything that I wanted, that I could have it by the end of the day. And I did this normally with musical equipment, which is funny. Or that was my thing. If I needed a certain piece of equipment, I knew that there was a way within my environment to get it. I just had to figure it out. And literally, I now see that it was more than just me figuring it out. It was my belief that that thought was actually true. I believed that it was in my environment, ask the right person or do the right thing today, and that which I desire will show up. But again, because or a lot of it had to deal with my intention of doing so as well. Oddly enough, my daughter, I don't know where this came from, but she opened up a drawer today and pulled this thing out. And mind you, this is similar to what looked like the cameras of the day when I first got with TEACHA, and started filming. I was filming, of course, to have my own music videos to start with, but and then in the process of editing and this, that, and the third, such as how it all came to be. But I also have another thing that I believe of, which is wherever I'm at or whatever condition I'm in, that it's going to morph and change, but in a better way. I have this thing with God literally outdoing itself and blessing even more. Like when you think you're like, okay, I've been blessed so much, it can't get any better than this. That's wrong. It can get better and it will get better. And that's what you should keep on your heart and be assured of that. And in me doing so, something like this thing right here ended up morphing into this right here. And as you all will see in the future, I'm sure that this is going to morph into something even crazier. And it's just going to continue. Just like I remember when we were in the temple house and I was speaking with TEACHA and I said, you know, this room that I'm in is literally the same room I've always been in. And during my childhood, it was funny. I was in a blue room. I painted it navy blue, and there was a window that I would sit at, and I'd sit at the window, do my music, and I'd have we were on the second floor, which was really 3 levels off the ground, and I'd be able to see pretty much a city. Or it was more of a town, but it looked like a city in Middletown, which was a city that was over from me. I could see it clearly from where I was. So I used to always look at this city and visualize it as the world and me doing different things throughout the world and projecting myself that, right, I can cover all of this. And to tell you how much that came into actual being, I remember working on the origins of hip hop with TEACHA, and I remember him saying, he's like, yeah, you know, he said, what you really need, you really need like a big screen, like a TV, in order to do all this editing and this and that, because we was just using a regular computer screen, doing our editing and at that time. And it was like shortly after, no, the TVs being actual monitors became all of a sudden a real thing. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna manifest that. And by the time next time we get down, that's exactly what it's gonna be. And when I tell you it came true to the exact letter, and I would even say better because there were 2 screens that we would work in front of most of the times, or especially in the temple house. We had 2 screens going, studio going. Everything was just bigger and better. And it's going to continue to get that way. And again, a lot has to do with beliefs, but know that this is another way that it's like you can, or at least I can see that I'm definitely a part of the divine plan in assisting our teacher as his apprentice. And that I believe is a real sole purpose in my life, is that no, to be able to as they do try to sabotage and hold him back and not have him in the circles where they're just hooking each other up and everybody's getting all this elaborate stuff and this, that, and the third. No, you look at the video of the beginning. I just saw, or we were sitting watching music videos a couple days ago and saw where people were using green screens, and it didn't look nearly as professional as the beginning looks. And there's even, or people have raved about the look of it, want to know what type of camera I have, not knowing it really doesn't have to do with the camera. But, and I wouldn't even say it's even necessarily it is my skill now. But no, even when we were editing, we're looking at it, we're like, we're shaky. Like, this shit looks kind of crazy. Like, you got to figure something out in order to make this look the way that it's supposed to. Otherwise, it's a wash. We can't use it, and then that's it. But no, somehow God leads my hand. I click a couple buttons the right way the first time too. This is where the effortlessly, where the work effortlessly gets done. That's really what it is. And for the fact of, it's as though God gave me certain abilities and talents that did not just have to do with me. It was part of a much bigger plan. Even with the fact of producing. I was producing because there were no DJs where I lived. There was nobody to get beats from. And so I had to make beats myself. And so I just ended up making more beats and more beats and more beats. And it's funny because at this present time, as you guys know, Teacher doesn't need an MC. but he really doesn't even need a producer, but he could use a producer. And I'm sure in some cases he can use another MC as far as during the shows and whatnot. But just to be able to see how it's all unfolding, to have a soul awareness of the divine plan, and to not have it be in a selfish manner. It doesn't have to be all about me. As a matter of fact, in my appreciation of our teacher, it's like, no, I want to be the best that I can be, so he can continue to be the best that he can be, and that it get appreciated and seen by those who it's supposed to be seen by, so that you end up getting to this right here and get the real lessons and the real purpose, I would say, especially that I'm here for. It's this, to be able to teach this and to spread to you all as much as possible, to be able to get you to activate the same thing, so that you can turn around and say, no, word, or something unlocked at one of these classes, and it took away my disbelief, and no, I started really believing, and put some of these same things, and the next thing you know, you're in certain positions to be able to assist in ways that you would have never thought possible before. Again, our goal, if to really pay attention to the gospel, where our intention is to build hip hop cities, not just one hip hop cities globally. It should be all around the world. And when I tell you God is making certain things happen, people, positions, just things that are aligning so much to where the gospel um is speaking about, talking about certain powers coming out of power, and for you to be prepared, because it's literally going to fall in your lap. um and even that time, or everybody has their chance or an opportunity to govern, even that time is going to be temporary. So it's what you do best with it when that time actually happenings. But I tell you, that time is right around the corner. Right around the corner. Hip hop cities very likely will be highly developing within the next uh, couple years, if not sooner, if not like very sooner. So, and I'm saying this so that your mind hears it, so that you can get your expectancy up of it, so that you know it's coming. I know it's coming. Teacher knows it's coming, and that becomes the masterminding of it, so that we start, and the God is listening. The ancestors are with us, listening and making things happen right now. Like right now, it comes. Or here's the patah right here. We're speaking it out into existence, and you'll be able to see in the future that it was real. That it was real. It was said, and then it appeared in our actual physical reality, to show you how easy it is when your character is correct, when your intention is correct, to actually manipulate and be a part of the causation of causes, to actually have some say. And it really has a lot to do with your heart, and where your heart is at. What does it mean to you for those like you, for hip hop to actually be self-sustained, self-governed, um, to achieve health, love, awareness, and wealth, peace, unity, joy, safety, while having fun? How important is that to you? Because that will determine, as 10 to 1, what your part in it is going to be. It's happening regardless. And that's what you should know. And this is where we try to make sure that you stay aware, to not miss your opportunity to be a part of it. Or otherwise, the circumstances, with the wrong intention, the circumstances will just keep you away and not allow you to be a part. And so just to let you all know, or right, I want to make sure I said this. So from 2009, I get with TEACHA, or actually go on tour physically, 2012 and in 2013, and then went back home. It was the application of about, or the hardcore application of these teachings, which I had already known by this time, I had already been studying, but the continuance of that study till around 2016. So it was still a hardcore 3 years of now going back, or seeing how I was able to use it before, and then in order to enhance it even better, to get to 2016, and now come up to now, the continuance of it up to now, that we get, or I'm able to see more how it was developed in the past, and why certain things were the way it was, which for me is a beautiful thing. It makes it there are no regrets. This is exactly what it is, and what I've always wanted it to be. So you can achieve it. You can achieve it, is what you must know. And God God is with you. God is with you. You are the light of your world. And if you could really understand that, and know that, it should affect your actions. It should make you speak better. It'll slow down your temper in moments of anger, to be able to see really what's happening a little faster. Um, Again, it's not an overnight thing. It's worked upon, and it takes consistency in that sense of, no, it might not, or you may feel as though you're failing. You may feel, and as you're getting rid of things, as you're changing yourself, as you start dropping the can't, or the I can't, and I won't, and I don't, as you start, as the practice of eliminating that from your being, that takes time. That's not an over. You might be able to get it off for a minute, but something is going to come around, um, in order to really test and show you, odds 10 to 1, that you need to work more. You need more work. You need to work harder. We just did a track. Hopefully that is going to be on the new album. I am AMCRU12. Again, I am AMCRU12. Um, that of which I spoke about different things of why, um, it's hard. It's hard for a real believer. It's hard, or should I even say, it's hard for a real receiver of God's blessings, with everything that's occurring around you. It doesn't, or things don't seem right, or the people you love the most seem to get you out of character. But again, you can't focus on it being that actual person, because it's not. It's more of the experience that you're having with the divine, to assess your level, and to be able to see where you need more work. That normally, in instances like that, it becomes you're the one that's wrong, because you are the one with the awareness. You are the light. Um, and once you get a grip on that, and be able to focus more, as teacher said earlier, or the key is focus. If you could focus on it before it's happening, instead of reacting emotionally to things that are happening in your life, if you could focus in order and remember these lessons, and your principles, and your values, and what it really is, and what it really means to you, that's how you'll begin to develop, in order to regain what I would call your original nature. Um, but so with that, I want to say, for those who are left, make sure that you guys follow us, or stay up, because, or in order to remember, sometimes you forget what day it is, especially if you're living a spiritual life. uh you could just get lost, because time, or once you develop your mind, that time isn't really like what you what they say it is. You can forget what day it is. And this is where you can follow at official Temple of Hip Hop, on Instagram and on Facebook. of which we put the reminders of the calls, and also the daily freestyles go on that every day too. It's a great reminder. It'll pop up in your Instagram to give you a little balance to the craziness, which I'm sure is very hard to avoid, but you can throughout your feeds and social media. Get that daily freestyle if you don't. If you haven't made a habit of checking the actual daily freestyles from the actual gospel every day. It's a good helps. Normally got some banging music from our teacher on there to inspire you for the day as well. So with that, I hope all of you are doing well. Again, please look up the movies that teacher had mentioned, What the Bleat, The Secret, Albert Einstein, documentaries on his life, and different things. Follow the suggestions. You really can't imagine what you may come across and what happens. Simple suggestions or paying attention or certain things that stand out to you, use them throughout your week, and try to bless somebody. You get in your community as well. That's a tithing to the level of hip hop. Help somebody out. Donate your services to somebody, or even make your services at least affordable for those who can't afford them. At their normal price. Peace and much love to you. Have a wonderful, 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 wonderful week. Tell your loved ones that you love them and that you care about them. Peace and much love. Yo, check your mic. Let's test these levels.
Check.
We got the sound. Let me know when the break's coming in.
Nah, there's no break. I'm just gonna go straight through.
I kick that shit.
Heaven sent, I can prove this. Any crowd, turn me up loud. This MC, he was ruthless. Kicking rhyme, spitting rhyme, written rhyme, freestyle. I do's this. Who's this? You don't know me, homie. I'm the one and only. I turn your tool into a toll. Tell you you owe me.
I'm bugging. I said I would answer some questions. I can't get away from that. All right, we can give 10 minutes. If anybody does have any questions, please ask them now. I will continue with the beginning, but I just remembered that I had said that, and I don't want to go back on my word. If anybody does have any questions, please feel free to put them up. I'll continue playing the video. If there are no questions, we'll just go out with the video. But okay, this is question time. Question and answers. Got this back one more time. Yo, check your mic. Let's test these levels.
Check.
Okay, word. We got the sound coming in.
Nah, there's no break. I'm just gonna go straight through.
I kick that shit.
Heaven sent, I can prove this. Any crowd, turn me up loud. KR will move. Before each MC, he was ruthless. Kicking rhyme, spitting rhyme, written rhyme, freestyle. I do's this. Who's this? You don't know me, homie. I'm the one and only. I turn you into a toll. You owe me. You ain't gotta go to the past to know me, homie. I'm KRS-ONE. My power is now. Eckertoli. These rappers are bony and low. I'm just coming out of the I don't Oscar or admire, they baloney. No phony. I spit for the time from the mind. So when I spit off the head, of course I'm ahead of my time. Yes, I'm better with rhyme. The lyrically benevolent kind, this you never gon' find. I'm spitting plenty medleys, this is work, not a job. Rappers are crying like a boss in reverse. That's when they get robbed and disappointed. They not anointed, get them set up like an appointment. I spit the same heat you like to joint with. Fire, spit the truth like your heavens. This is fire. The mic cooks. I write books, the heavyweight champion. The song becomes a knockout with the right hook. I'm raw, meaning not cooked. These fake rappers' heads are down. KRS, they do not look. 40 cal style, rap-a-pum like big drums. When I heat up the club to 420, it's done. Light up the teach with the chung. I teach when I knowledge in the supreme. Speaking is dumb. It's a treat when I come. I'm not what you used to. I'm the return of Khufu all over these tracks like choo-choo. I'm the guru. So when my teaching premieres, it's gangstar. When you're man in the same bar. Swag rappers, fuck who they are. KRS is like a hooligan, hitting them all with the same bars. Hooligans, hitting them with the same bars. Your whack style just ain't ours. Venus to Mars, teaching with bars. Spitting these bars, but youngins under 21 can't even get into these bars. So, I don't blame them if they not seeing these bars. Cause when I hit them with my universe, all they seeing is spit one. You can see it's all about impact over an income. The big one, multi-directional and exceptional. 10 of my first 20 albums are all collectibles. You feel the heat and I'm next to you, truly legendary. Underground, undetectable and revolutionary. Most of what's going on today, you know we knew all. I teach our people about poverty, it took too many, it shook too many. We can see what a curse is, so I re-emerge to show these youngins who the first is. The minister, frying rap chickens like churches. And the worst is seeing your temperature taken by nurses. IV bags, picking out hearses. It's like you at the Barclays Center, you won't survive these verses. Sprite means spirit, so I obey what my thirst is. The whole planet's earth is what my fit.
Yo, I got this. Yo, this is about to be fire. Levels is on point. You sound good out here. Let's get this project started. Okay, let's. Thank you for the questions. I'll actually do them in order of easiest to hardest. Real quick. We only got 3 right now. Good. How do we know where you are touring? You can always Google KRS and shows, and if you Google that, it'll come up where his upcoming shows are, or where our upcoming shows are. I gotta put myself in the history. So it's very easy to do that. Then when there are extensive tours, normally they are put on KRS-ONE.com. And also I'd advise everybody to go on there and still continue to check for updates, because it does change. And there are things they have missed that may be available there, such as Black Owl Street. We're coming up on Black History Month, so there are presentations there. The Real Niggas, or Real Niggas. Also, his YouTube as well, KRS-One's YouTube. But again, you can get all those links from going on his website, KRS-ONE.com. We read your mail regarding the attendance, not regarding the attendance. That's why we ask that when you send in your attendance, that really you just put the date that you're attending, because it's easier for us to mark your attendance through just looking at it. Sometimes people send a whole bunch of things throughout there, but normally they're like 3 or 4 pages and have nothing to do with the attendance. This is why we try to separate where you send certain things. The attendance is for the attendance, the calendar is for the calendar. And then there is a Temple of Hip Hop Gmail, which you can find on the Temple of Hip Hop's website. And also, which I have updated, the link to purchasing the Kindle version is on there now under GOHH, Gospel of Hip Hop. Yes, the date or what? Yes. Well, no. If I would put, we can see the day that you do it by when you actually send the email. So as long as you send it on that, on whatever day you're doing it, but no, we want to know the lesson that you actually took in. So put Sunday's date, and we'll be able to see, watch it. We're very much aware that everybody can't make it depending on different circumstances or because of time constraints and whatnot. And we tried to specifically choose 12 in the afternoon because it seemed to be able to get most time zones in that we could at a time without putting too many people in the middle of the night, even though it still is for some people. Um, okay, now, and you're very welcome as well. What are some examples of adult human requirements versus spirit requirements? And thank you for referencing the page and uh, paragraph that you were talking about. And so I'll read that real quick and give you my interpretation of what it is. However, beyond adult maturity exists spirit maturity. And here, spirit beings require things and circumstances that adult human beings do not require. Know this: if you are beginning to require the things of the spirit more than things of the world, you are becoming an aware spirit being. The challenge now is, do you actually believe that? Now, I would say adult uh, maturity or requiring things in circumstances like an adult requires a house or some type of shelter. A lot of times, most adults require some type of financial stability. Um, things of that nature, which could very possibly mean that they require having a job. Um, or some type of work that sustains them. So that would be uh, an example of what an adult requires. Now, a spiritual person may require more quiet. They may require more time to reflect. Um, they may require an altar, which we suggest, a place that you can go to alter your consciousness, different from that of the world. Um, really things of that nature, more time to study, more spiritual programs, or you could imagine the so-called normal adult requires when they come home to be able to sit down and watch their shows. As a spirit being, shows tend to become different, or the if you really want to continue to advance being a spiritual being, um, what you're watching and the things that you're intaking, the music that you listen to may need to be different in order to enhance what you believe spiritually for yourself. And again, with this, that's not it's not a one thing fits all. This is where you got to get knowledge of yourself. Um, certain people need certain things to make them feel spiritual or to get them in that realm or that field. Some people burn the sage. The sage are burning now. They feel okay. I'm and open up the window. Let the let the negative or the unwanted spirits out. Clean out the spirits around you and do it that way. Or you light the incense, or you have a certain ritual, or you have an affirmation. Having or affirmations for spiritual beings helps a lot. You're in certain situations remind yourself, I am not afraid. Today I give myself permission to be all that I can be. You 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 have those ready, and it's like your armor, or you're prepared for certain things. But really, it's on a case by case basis as to what you really require. But and this is where you you should come to an awareness that there are spirit beings around you, helping you and guiding you to different things, and things that you may think are your own thoughts are actually the whispers of the spirit realm coming through your voice to to get you where you need to be. It's like where teacher said, sometimes, or the more spiritual you get, they are when they feel as though that they can communicate with you, sometimes they need you to do things, and things that you wouldn't even think. You're like, nah, well, why in the world do I have an urge to go work at a soup kitchen? All of a sudden, I don't normally think about working at a soup kitchen, but all of a sudden it's in you. I should do this. Or I have an urge to go clean up the street. Clean up the street. I'm not like, am I really about to just go pick up a garbage bag and just go walk and pick up trash without somebody asking me to? But these things are important, um, not only to your development, but important to the spiritual side, which is watching you, who you really are. And can you hear the intentions of the spirit? Because again, it's teacher spoken in earlier in this. It's really sensing it. It's not necessarily even that it comes as words, or so. As I was like, if you have an urge to do this, like where did this urge come from? And then within that, like you have to be comfortable with not knowing why, and let the spirit lead you, because that spirit may be leading you to certain things, certain people, creating a certain timing to your life that maybe even far, far in the future that you're just not aware of, that you can't necessarily see. But because you trust spirit and you're obedient, really, to that small inner voice that's telling you to do certain stuff that you wouldn't normally do, and you do it. And it's normally when you can look back and say, wow, okay, I did this that day. I was gonna go here. I didn't. Something happened there. Sometimes it's as immediate like that. Other times it's no. I actually developed. I like picking up trash, and it gives a fulfillment to myself. And again, this is where teacher was talking about. Sometimes the things that you do end up building up your tendency. Now you're like, wait a minute, or you start to notice the things that you do charitably or lovingly, that you're like, wow, I'm a really good person. I deserve good things. I deserve great things to happen to me. I don't expect um, bad things, because I'm good. And when you're good and you've developed and you've built up literally that spiritual currency, so then the things that you do desire, the spirit quickens to get you that what you desire, especially after the fact that you know that you ask spirit to actually get it. So I said, spirit, I require a bike. And that bike shows up. Now, as long as you remember that bike shows up, you win by getting your actual requirement. But if you keep the awareness that, right, this actually worked. I talked to the spirit and the spirit granted me that which I desired. This is real. Let me be more obedient to the spirit because it's real, or I know for sure it's real. And then you start to realize, Teacher had mentioned also, and with this, that you realize it. And I knew this when I was asking for certain things or my music equipment. It was kind of scary at the fact that I was right. Word. But I knew that you don't want to do that all the time, because if you develop it so much, then you really got to watch. You watch what comes out of your mouth. You got to watch what you think. Just or one last example. I was getting on an elevator with this old lady at the hotel two days ago, and when I got on, she dropped something, and she bent down to pick it up. I would have picked it up if it was appropriate, but the way she was positioned, it wasn't. So I did it. But she went down to pick it up, and when she came back up, she said, "This is not a good day, or it's already not a, or it's not a good. I'm not having a good day already." And my whole mind rejecting me. I was like, no, don't say that. Don't say that. And it was early in the morning. I had woken up. It was like 6. It was before 7 o'clock in the morning. She talked about not having a good day. I was like, oh no, you don't start off your day like that. No, 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 no. Or no matter what's happening, you never say anything like that, because that'll set that in motion, and you gotta live for however long else you're gonna be staying awake for that to actually manifest in your life. It's not the way to do it. So I'll leave you guys with that as an example. And again, peace and much love to y'all. We out. We'll see you again next week.